To the next level.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome. It is Sunday, but forget that. It is Super Series time, and it is Pro Tour number 6 of 2022. With me, Phil Bars, and for the first stint of the day, joined by Henry Deacon. Henry, how are we doing?
Not too bad, Phil. Not too bad. An interesting day, I think it's fair to say, today is on the horizon.
Yeah, it is. And just looking at the things that could transpire, Michael Van Gerwen could find himself world number 4 again by the end of the day, potentially, if results were to go horrifically, world number 5 again. He's obviously pulled out. No Gerwen price either. So there's a huge opportunity. I suppose yesterday we were looking for answers from players, and arguably we got more questions, because are we going to see that version of Gary Anderson 2 days in a row?
Well, we said yesterday Gary Anderson makes himself problems by not playing in Pro Tours and being unseeded. Well, if he carries on playing like that, he won't be an unseeded player for much longer. But the question does loom, can he do it for 2 days in a row in this Pro Tour environment? We know this isn't Gary's preferred setup. He much prefer playing in front of 10,000 people every week. But fortunately, the way the sport works is you've got to do the groundwork here to make sure you're as high a seed as possible in Gary's case for the big events throughout the year. But it takes some confidence yesterday, and I think this win for Damon Hett has been coming for a while. This year, he's probably been, if you look at the averages, probably the best player in terms of averages on the Pro Tour. So he's got that overdue victory, which he's probably deserved. And yeah, I think as I say, Gary will want to do it second day in a row. Damon's going to be dangerous again. And I think there's possibly some players on the periphery that will actually quietly fancy their chances today. Peter Wright not in his best vein of form now. I would wonder if he had hindsight of Van Gerwen pulling out, whether he may have possibly pulled out himself, because there's not really much riding on this in terms of he doesn't have to defend anything. Gerwen's not there, so he don't have to worry about losing the world number 1 status. Michael's not there, unless he's trying to play the janitor card once again. I'm just wondering whether this could do more harm than good playing an event where the other 2 of the big guns aren't there.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. The Damon Hett win has been on the cards for some time. And look, it was a 3-leg blitz in the middle of that game that won it him. The 1-4-6 finish when Gary sat on tops, the 101 finish, Gary sat on a double, and the 10 data, which included the 165 setup. I'm not sure if you saw it because I know you were at the football yesterday, but that little spell when Gary was literally hitting everything, Damon Hett found all the answers.
And this is what Hetter's A game does, is he absolutely punishes players when they've absolutely done nothing wrong. And I think the question we mentioned yesterday is, can we see this on a more consistent basis from Damon? We saw what he did against Michael Van Gerwen at the UK Open, and then the next day couldn't quite back it up. So I think that's going to be the question on Damon's mind today, or a lot of people's questions about Damon today, is whether he can back up that superb performance yesterday, that superb victory up today, not necessarily by winning the tournament, but by going deep and showing that this is the type of form that we're going to see for him throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's jump into the chat room because there's loads of you in already. Daniel, Henry, welcome along. Of course, Juanita is in. Mike is in. Jason, how are we doing? Bennett versus Barney. Yes, I haven't looked yet, but please tell me that is one of the stream games, someone. Ed, you're playing Matt Campbell. Yeah, no, look, I spoke to Matt, and we got a really good interview with Matt coming out on the channel probably tomorrow, Tuesday, somewhere around there where he speaks about it. Juanita, yeah, Jim is in. Good morning, boys. Says hello, everyone. Jennifer from Germany. Good to have you along. Regards, Guru, Adrian. Is MVP fan today? He has gone home, spent some time with his family for before resuming Premier League duties. But yeah, Tom says Burnett versus Barney is dreamed. Oh, Henry, I think we got a bit of feedback coming in from you. A little bit of buzz noise. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Every now and then, noise come through from you, Hemi. It's getting lower. Don't worry, folks. We'll work on this. There's something coming through Henry's mic. We'll sort it, boys. Don't worry. Laura, as always. Sorry, everyone, we're just working on it. I just muted Henry's mic because I can keep seeing it shooting up into the red at the moment. Let's see if we can get this sorted. No, Eric, MVG is not playing. Just working on this a second, guys.
Takes on Steve West. We've got Rob Cross in action, another man who wants to do well today. He's got Jermaine Watermina. That's a difficult looking first round game. Dimitri van den Berg, the number 4 seed, takes on Kevin Burnett. Jose de Sal's the number 2 seed. There's a lot of question marks about him, and this is a really tough opening game. He's got Alan Suter on board 9, whilst the defending champion, so to speak, Damon Hetta, he is about to get underway against Luke Peters. We're going to see Chris Dobie in action against Ricky Evans, which for me is up there, one of the games of the first round. Joe Cullen takes on Mike Kivenhoven, and Michael Smith has got Jack May.
Yeah, and we are underway. The first set of games are go, go, go.
So, as Phil says, we are underway in a plethora of our matches across the boards here at the Barnsley Metrodome. Last night, it was Meatball Molly who delivered the goods, but who's going to bring home the bacon in Barnsley today? We are about to find out.
Absolutely. I'm just setting up my string boards on the laptop. I'm not going to lie, I'm buzzing that Burnett and Barney is streamed.
So I mean, we get a Barney streaming alarm.
It does.
Oh, I've just had a little fiddle with my microphone, so hopefully, fingers crossed, that should be okay now.
That sounds better. Like
fingers crossed.
That does sound better.
Good.
Good.
Usually it's the internet connection around my parts that usually messes me up, not usually the bike.
So, Jules Van Dongen against Dirk on the stream board, decent as well. Liking that selection.
It's fairly much an all-Dutch clash, but it's not an all-Dutch clash.
Yeah. Nathan Aspinall, Mickey Mouse underway, and the strapping is there.
So let's have a little check then of what... So let's have a little check of the games that have got underway. Damon Heta kicking off as he finished yesterday, 2-0 to the good against Luke Peters, averaging 115 in the early stages. Elsewhere, Chris Dobie's got his campaign underway, one up on Ricky Evans. Mike Kyvenhoven is one up on Joe Cullen. Michael Smith has won the opener against Jack Main. Kevin Burness has won the first against Dimitri van den Berg. And Peter Wright's won the first leg of his game against Steve West, and it's 1-1 between Jose DeSales and Alan Suter. Of course, early days in our matches, of course, just kicking off at 12 o'clock. So we will have this little lull before it all really kicks into gear in a few minutes' time, when we're going to have deciders and match darts and all sorts of chaos everywhere here in Barnsley.
Absolutely. It's just great to have the Pro Tours back. Let's go. That is the feature. How are we doing, Brendan?
Good choice.
Yeah. Sam says, any news on Price's hand? Was it boxing related? No, he says it wasn't. Oh, Henry, that buzzer's come back again.
Has it?
Yeah.
Tell you what might be happening is that someone's decided Sunday's a good day to do some works outside, so it might be some kind of like drilling noise that's feeding back.
Is that what it might be?
It's funny you say it, yeah, because it keeps coming on and off, and you keep saying the sound coming off, so it might be that. So apologies about that.
That's if it's that, it can't be helped, mate. Anywhere I can watch these for free?
I will try and send some video evidence a little bit later on.
No, it's on PDC TV, the two streaming games, $4.99 a month, or there's a day pass for a couple of quid. All good, Pete, all good. So just looking at, no, trying to, the stream in Barnsley's not behaving. The Jules Van Dongen grip on his dart is very interesting.
Yeah, it's very loose, isn't it, to say the least?
Yeah. Looks like they're having a few internet issues in Barnsley as well. Glad to know it's not just us and things like that.
There's always something wrong with the internet somewhere, Phil. We both know that.
Yeah, the greatest invention ever, however.
Tell you one man, he's not having any issues, and we spoke about him at the first part of the show. Damon Heta, we said, can he back it up? Well, he's shown it in his first game, averaging 111 and 4-0 up on Luke Peters at the minute. So he's been the form horse so far today. Of course, very early days in the day, first round of fixtures, but he's starting as he would mean to go on.
Yeah, cantering at the moment. Again, I don't know how many times we can say this. Don't get me wrong, Ricky Evans is playing very well. However, Chris Dobie averaging 107 and is only level.
The standard is a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, looking elsewhere, Michael Smith's averaging 115 against Jack Main. He's 3-1 up there. There's some other big averages. Well, of course, we see on the feature game, 103, 104 at the minute in his game. There's ton toppers for Burness and O'Connor. They're 3-0 up respectively on big C's in Christoph Ratajski and Dimitri Vandenberg. Jose de Souza 2-1 up on Alan's 2 to averaging 102. As we mentioned, Chris Dobie's 107. So the big averages flying from the get-go here at the Metrodome.
Yeah, there is. But Dimitri Vandenberg is in a world of trouble. Ironman Kevin Burness 3-0 up, averaging a ton to Dimitri's 91. Is the dream maker in a spot of bother early doors.
It could well be, and I think another player, well, probably one of the players that saw the withdrawal of Michael Van Gerwen and obviously Gerwin Price not being here this weekend and Peter Wright's injury, which we're having a couple of question marks about. We thought maybe he could be one of those players that could capitalise. I mean, we haven't done our winner predictions, but I think Dimitri would have quietly fancied his chances of getting the win today.
Yeah. Look, when two of the top three in the world aren't there, everyone else's ears prick up.
And it just opens up an opportunity for someone. Maybe he could be one of those players that could capitalise. I mean, we haven't done our winner predictions, but I think Dimitri would have quietly fancied his chances of getting.
When I open a window that I haven't turned the music off yet. Damon Heta 108. The average has crashed to a measly 108. And then it rockets back up to 112 as he seals the deal. The superstar from the Heat. Alright, where are we? Done from the wee man yesterday. Yep, Daniel. Josh was absolutely sensational yesterday. calm down, everyone in the chat room. We're working on it. We know there's a problem. Yes, Matty Edgar is playing. Left the live league last night and drove straight to Barnsley, 4 hours. Richie Bennett has pulled 2 back. Kevin Vanessa's average has plummeted to 90. And Dimitri van den Berg is back in this game. Jose de Souza 3-2 up now on Suits. Mike Kyvenhoven punishing Joe Cullen right now.
Indeed, some interesting games coming up to the Boyle. And, well, we spoke about Ricky Evans being behind to Chris Dobie. Dobie's brought it back to 4-3. Interesting encounter in that one. We thought this would be one of the close first-round ties. Luke Humphreys is on the hill against Barry Van Peer. He is 5-1 to the good. But perhaps the big upset, Phil, could be Mike Kyvenhoven 4-1 up on Joe Cullen.
Yeah, and Joe Cullen only averaging 86 right now. And what do we think? Maybe sometimes Joe, when they play at Barnsley, can get a little bit too comfortable. The fact he can go home when he's not staying in a hotel, it's maybe not work mode in his brain because he's staying in his own bed, perhaps.
Well, it's interesting because I think with Gary Anderson, when it's Minehead, we say, well, it probably suits him because he gets to sleep in his own bed. Whereas perhaps for Joe, it's the other way. And I suppose it's that kind of horses for courses kind of argument to a certain extent, isn't it? I get that point as well. Although you can't argue against his record prior to this weekend in Pro Tour matches in 2022, but he's not felt right this weekend, has he? I mean, the average is 86. We expect much better from a player like Joe Cullen. 4-1 down on Mike Kyvenhoven, a player who, on paper, I know it's only paper, he would expect to beat.
Yeah, completely. Kevin Vanessa stopped the mini charge from Dimitri van den Berg. Important leg, that one. Yes, where is it, Tom? My stream board too keeps stuttering as well. So I guess it's a problem in Barnsley. So yeah, that is that. What else was I going to say? Luke Humphreys, ton average. He is past Barry Van Peer. Peter Wright. Why do I get the feeling he's either really struggling today or averaging 79? He is playing with a horrendous setup that he got out of the cupboard.
It wouldn't surprise you if it's a bit of both, really, would you, with Peter Wright? And I said earlier, I just questioned, does he have to play this one today? He could have had this one off as an absolute free hit. And sometimes playing can actually do you more harm than just having a rest. And I love Peter's dedication of playing every single tournament, but practically it's just not possible. I think you've just got to pick and choose the ones where you just say, I don't have to play in it. I'll just take that bit of time off, go back for the Premier League on Thursday.
Yeah, well, especially I'll use it as 10,000 ranking points instead of pounds, because obviously 10 grand is still a lot of money, but 10,000 ranking points in relation to what they can earn from other tournaments to these top guys is relatively nothing.
I say Peter Wright doesn't change position today. So it just felt like maybe just have this one off, come back for the Premier League, and if you fancy playing next week and week after, then do that.
Yeah. Steve Beaton, after his good run yesterday, will play Brett Clayton on board 6. Danny Baggish, Lou Williams. That's a tough little game. Again, what we said yesterday, Nathan Aspinall starting well, averaging 96. I don't think the first game or maybe the second game is the issue. I think it's the longer he goes in these days is going to be the test for the Asp.
I mean, this is the interesting thing is if it looks unlikely he possibly may qualify for the match, depending on where his ranking is by July. But you look at a tournament like that, and you think he'd prefer that one tournament a day kind of format. That would suit him down to the ground, because he just have to turn up for one game. He can play well over that sort of distance. Then he can rest the arm and then rest the shoulder, come back tomorrow. These long Pro Tour weekends, as good as he's playing, and you've got to give him credit, the longer it goes on, it's not his gameplay that's going to suffer, it's the shoulder that's going to suffer, and everything else becomes a consequence of that. So, as you say, it's throughout the day where we're probably going to see one or two issues. Hope Nathan overcomes that, but it is going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. Not a problem, Brendan, not a problem. Jose de Souza on the brink, and this time last year, Suits was flying, but just a little dip at the moment. Maybe it's just not the novelty factor, but he's in and amongst it now, and it's not coming as easy to Suits as it once did. And before we go there, Peter Wright has gone, beaten by Steve West convincingly 6-2.
Yes, demolition of Peter Wright.
Yeah. Yeah, an absolute job done.
Yeah, just going back to just to go back on that point of Alan Suit that you mentioned just before we went to that Peter Wright moment there. He had that kind of moment, as we mentioned, the first couple of months, he was kind of flying on this crest of a wave a little bit. Then had a little bit of a dip towards the summer, and then obviously came good come the end of the year as Rob Cross gets over the line against Jermaine Wattamina. 6-2 victory there for Voltage, averaging bang on a ton. So his day is up and running. But yeah, it's just, yeah, and then he had that good winter, obviously capped off by the World Championship. And I think we looked at Suits and thought, if there's going to be someone that's going to break on that periphery this year, it could well be him. And look, of course, it's still early days. We're only a couple of months into the season. But we haven't quite seen those signs of him this time round that we saw perhaps this time last year. That'll be a little bit of a worry for Suits. But of course, as I say, still early days in the season. So still plenty of time to get the job done, as Johnny Clayton gets the job done on Stu Wilson's 6-2 victory there for the Ferret. He might just well be the favourite today. Now, Wright is out, no Van Gerwen, no Price. He's going to be the favourite to win this title, and he's through to the next round.
That's a good observation from Benny. I can't see Jamie Clark either. No, I think Jamie Clark has pulled out. Let me just... Let me get the bat phone on the go.
I should quickly have a look at that. Let's have a look at a couple of nobles, which one has been decided because Chris Dobie is out. Ricky Evans has come back from behind to knock out Hollywood. We said that he needs a big turn at some point. Could today be that? Has he had his big moment coming back from behind against Dobie to push on today? Well, he sealed victory in his first game of the day by 6 legs to 5. And there's also a decider between the number 7 seed, Ryan Searle, and Rowdy John Rodriguez, a draw which both would have been cursing over when they saw it at 10 o'clock this morning. 5 each, averages around the 90. So hasn't been the highest quality of game, but an even game nonetheless. And we have a result there too, because Ryan Searle,
another one, Dimitri Vandenberg
does
has gone
by 6
beaten
legs
by
to
Kevin
5.
Bennett. And first leg to forget on the feature game. So seeds are tumbling. It is seed again so far. Wright, Vandenberg, Doby, all gone. Yeah, Jack, obviously he's not in there. I've
The
just
seeds
put a
are
message to
scattering
find out why.
around the Metrodome.
The back phone is out. Robert Owen on fire. We know Stack Attack has that in the locker. 3-1 to the good.
Yeah, I had a little chat with Robert last weekend on the Isle of Man, and I think the one thing that he's been talking about is just that little bit more consistency in his game. We know what he can do, what he can achieve. It's doing it on a more consistent basis. But I just think the more and more call-ups he gets to these Pro Tour events, I think the better it will be for him. Obviously, be playing in the online league as well at parts during the year. He's going to give the WDF circuit a good go as well. So he's trying to rediscover that form. It's there in patches, and when he plays well, he's scintillating. But I think a lot like a lot of players we've been speaking about this weekend, it's that B game which they just want to tweak and kind of find that level which can kind of smooth them over the line when they're not playing at their tip-top best.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Speaking to Matty Edgar last night, I might be letting the cat out of the bag here a little bit, but hey-ho. He's already been confirmed. He's going to Germany for the Pro Tours. So by the sounds of it, there are already quite a few maybe not travelling if he's already had the call.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Well, obviously, is the Germany Pro Tour in a couple of weeks linked with the WDF? Or am I thinking beyond that?
Let's have a look.
Because obviously that makes sense, because obviously you'd lose 5 already. We know, I think we can guarantee for a fact, but just quickly, William McCollum's beating Christopher Tysky 6-5, and guarantee for a fact that if it's in Germany, more likely Gary won't play. There'll be a few others that wouldn't make the trip overseas either.
No. It's next weekend. Players Champions 6 and 7 is in Nienhausen. Sorry, 7 and 8 is in Nienhausen next week.
Wow, that is a lot of dropouts then.
So I would
A
assume
lot of dropouts.
that as Gary is in Rotterdam, surely you go to Niederhausen or not?
I mean, it would make sense because it's an easier trip from Rotterdam to Niederhausen than it is from Rotterdam to Burnham-on-Sea. So I'd definitely play because you might as well, because you're in the vicinity, aren't you? You're in that same part of the world. So it just makes sense. And if Gary's doing this, giving it a good go for 2022, then you'd sense that playing in the Players' Championship in Germany when you're in the neighbouring country just makes just that little bit of sense.
Again, I've just asked that question.
I suppose the other question is how many was there? One or two? What I'm also interested to see maybe whether one or two of those who was asked to fill in places haven't filled in the places just because of the travel to Germany, and maybe thinking financially, is it worth it to go there to lose 2 games potentially and come back with nothing? There's also that argument to weigh up as well, maybe for 1 or 2.
But it's the same time with a challenge tour. Elvis, there's no challenge tour next week, mate.
So we have a result on board 13, and we said Joe Cullen was in a spot of buy against Mike Kivenhoven. Well, he's turned it around there to seal a 6-5 victory. He was 4-1 down at one point in that match. So Joe Cullen hangs on by the skin of his teeth to secure a place in the second round here at Players Championship 6, if I'm getting my teeth back in, victor by 6 legs to 5.
Nathan Aspinall has been dragged to a noble leg. The Asp was in cruise control, but Mickey Mansell has dragged him back into this.
Always one of those dangerous opponents, Mickey Mansell. Is not one you want to draw in a first round. I know you can say that about a lot of players in this Elite World, especially in these floor tournaments. And Nathan Aspinall, who is averaging 8 points higher than his opponent, is being made to go all the way to the decider. We're also seeing some games get underway. Steve Beaton, Brett Clayton. He's taking the first against Glenn Dowen. Devin Peterson 2-1 up on Jim McEwen. Tony Martinez taking the opening 2 against Willie Borland. And of course, friend of the show, John O'Shea in action against Eddie Lovely, and he leads by a leg to nil after the opener.
Yeah, and depending on this visit here from Mickey Mansell, Nathan Aspinall could be in a world of trouble. Nathan Aspinall is in a world of trouble. So, Aspinall, 184, no finish. Mickey Mansell has left himself 120. So, Mickey Mansell will get a go at this. Aspinall finds a 140 to leave 44. However, he's relying on Mickey Mansell missing here. Mickey Mansell, I think, we'll confirm once it's on the stream, has missed a match dart. We will confirm shortly. Does Aspinall breathe again after being given a lifeline in this decider? Aspinall squeaks through, but we're just about to go to the stream and we'll confirm whether Mansell misses a match start at tops by the score. I think he does. Yes, he does. Mickey Mansell, let's see, how close was he? Oh, he clips the wire and he says it all. You can see the look on Mickey Mansell's face. He thought it was in when it left his hand. But Nathan Aspinall, Big 12, steps back and plonks one in double 16. Louis Williams 2 up on Danny Baggish. Again, Danny Baggish only averaging 75 right now. And that is not going to cut the mustard on the Pro Tour, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. And two players which yesterday we both had a couple of question marks over. So one can answer some today. And at the minute it is Louis Williams. But disappointing times for Danny Baggish because this is not the player we know. I know he's trying to get some cancel off of Devin Peterson. I know they've been spending a lot of time together recently, but it's just not happening at the minute for Danny Baggish, which is a shame because we know what he can provide.
I don't want to jinx him. However, Glen Durrant fans, there are positive signs here. He's 2-1 down, but he's averaging nearly 95. I don't want to.
Small foundations.
Yeah. Dan replayed very, very well last night, mate. Adrian, is there a reason Fallon pulled out the WEF World Championships? Just personal reasons. Willie Borland has levelled up against Tony Martinez. As we were talking, Jose Justicia 2-0 up on Jimi Hendrix. Hendrix having a bit of a mare on the scoring. Of course, the Joker, John O'Shea, averaging nearly a ton, 98, as he is 3-0 up to the good. Just looking at the stream board, looking what no, Adam Hunt doesn't change his setup too much. Marcus, that is absolute nonsense. And when you obviously I work closely with Fallon, and it's nothing to do with that at all. Let's see what dark.
There's a little scan around a couple of the games. Perhaps we have a given two.
Go on, Henry.
I was just going to say, I'm just going to have a little scan around a couple of games we haven't mentioned too much as of yet. Jason Heaver, Kevin Doets is at 3-3 in a minute. And Louis Williams has now opened up the advantage to 4-0. It's quite comfortable for the Welshman there. Kurt Nenchez 2-0 up on Luke Woodhouse. Jim Williams has opened up a 2-0 lead over Peter Hudson. Tuchin, Joe Mernon and Adam Hunt. Elsewhere, Ian Wright and Dan Webster just got underway. And 1-1 between Rusty Jake Rodriguez and Max Hopp. So the game's starting to come thick and fast. And the finishing line starting to come thick and fast in some of the matches here at Players Championship 6.
Ian White is stuck with the new darts. Just watching as well. I don't know if you've got the stream open, Henry, but Darren Webster, the action's changed a little bit. There's that little... He used to have a little set at the top of his action. It's not there anymore. It's I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but that little set he used to have... See, second dart had it, and the third dart he just threw. Interesting. Johnny says, Devin looking better of lately.
I can't say if exactly got the stream on, but...
Yeah, look, Devin is looking better, but he does have a lot to do this year, agreed.
Ideally, he needs, at the very minimum this year, he needs to win a Pro Tour. That is an absolute minimum for Devin. Just because of the amount he has to defend in obviously major events, World Grand Prix, first time he ever qualified for that. Also the Euro Tour victory, he's got to defend European semi-finals. The absolute minimum he can do this year is win a Pro Tour. But you sense even then he has to do more. That's how much he's defending.
Yeah. Glenn Durrant has broken back. He's now 2-2 with Jonathan Worsley. Good game, this. Phil Damo back-to-back. He wouldn't ride it off the way he's playing.
I don't know about you, Phil, but who outside perhaps the names, the usual suspects we talk about, will look at Peter Wright going out first round, Gerwyn Price not being about, Michael not being about, Dimitri getting knocked out early? Who out of possibly the so-called chasing pack or potentially an outsider will look at this draw and think, maybe I'll fancy a chance of winning a Pro Tour today?
To be fair, I think there's a few out there that you look at it, they'll be licking their lips at this situation that it's, what is it? It's not even 1 o'clock yet, and the top 3 in the world are not there. They're gone. Whether they played or lost, they're not there. Huge plus points. He's not outside the obvious, but Michael Smith, with his recent form of making finals, will be thinking, hang on a minute, I can get back to world number 3 here. So you'd never write off Bully Boy. But he's obvious. So going outside the obvious, Daryl Gurney, I fancy for a good run today. There's been signs that Chin is nearing his best again, and I think we could see a very good day from Chin today. Look, Callum Ridge needs a good day because there's almost a World Championship hangover in terms of results. He may not be feeling it himself, but since the Worlds, the results haven't been there. So Ridge needs something. But then you look at people like John O'Shea, that's just won 6-0, averaging 102. The Joker has that game in the locker to go and do damage.
There's definitely, as I say, there's definitely players who on one day, on one given day, can definitely string it together, and this will suit someone like that. I mean, you even look at someone possibly like a Kim Highbrecht if you're going left field, who we know what kind of game he can bring on his given day, and he's shown signs of it recently that he can play at this really tip-top level. And you sense if the field's thinning out as it is, he's the type of player who could just quietly go under the radar, John Parr-esque, and maybe just snatch the title at the end.
Well, no, Johnny, I haven't heard that one. Danny Baggish is on the brink of a huge defeat. 5-1 down to Louis Williams. The American only averaging 82. Not really going to cut the mustard.
And I just wonder whether Players' Championships next weekend is a blessing or a curse to a certain extent. Do you want to get straight back on the horse, or do you want a week off where you can just go back to the practice board and play?
It's a real interesting one, the German Pro Tours, and I always say for me this. I will do, Johnny. I'll message him. It's a real interesting one because for me, it separates the pros from the semi-pros, where the pros and the ones that really back themselves are always going to travel, but the ones that maybe aren't quite there or on the cusp or on the periphery go, I'll miss this one.
Completely agree. And
I
wonder as well, maybe.
Go on, finish up, Henry.
I was just going to say, maybe change of scenery as well for Danny next week. Germany, something a bit different might help him. But let's go with the bagel.
It is Jim Williams, averages 98. So bagel Peter Hudson.
Elsewhere, some tight games coming up to the Boyle, Devin Peterson, Jim McEwen, forward piece. McEwen averaging 73 against Peterson's 91, but just hanging in there on the doubling department. So 4-4 coming up to the Boyle there. Jason Heaver 5-4 up on Kevin Dowitz. That one coming up to the Boyle as well. Danny Baggish just pulled one back against Louis Wynn, so it's 5-2 now. Same scoreline, Steve Beatons and Von Bite against Brett Clayton, whilst Willie Borland's also on the hill, 5-3 up on Tony Martinez, and Jose Justicia, 5-1 to the goods against Jimi Hendrix.
Just
Man
looking at
just
the race
warming
for the
up
play
now, who we haven't actually spoken about yet,
Who's that, Henry?
James Way. Now, this is the sort of day where we won't talk about him, but may quietly go through the rounds, and possibly you never know with James.
Yeah. Just looking at the race for the match play, a good day for Martin Lukeman could potentially put him in green. He's only 2 wins from the green. Dan says, Phil, has a non-PDC Tour card holder ever won a Pro Tour? Yeah, 2 that spring to mind straight away. There may be more, but the 2 that spring to my mind straight away, Ratajski won one without a tour card, I think, and Joe Mernon.
Mm-hmm.
They're the 2 that instantly leap off of me that won Pro Tours without a tour card.
Did Josh Payne?
I think he had a tour card. He won one, but I think he had a tour card at the time.
Mm-hmm. Again, today could be a day where that could possibly happen, and whoever does get that could be in the race suddenly for the World Match Play with all that money going on the ranking, incredibly enough.
Yeah. How many pullouts today and who stepped in? So Robert Owen stayed in, and Matthew Edgar joined the fold as well. I don't know if there was anyone else, but it was certainly them. Dan, Joe's a really nice guy, mate. Joe's really nice. Are they back working again, Henry? Is that work outside happening again?
They are back. They are back working again.
Yeah, it's
ironically,
that,
they've been working for about. Ironically, they've been working for 3 weeks to try and sort the internet out. I can tell you now, it's not made a jot of difference.
Willie Borland is over the line against Tony Martinez 6-4. Vincent Manfort is underway after a poor couple of days in the Euro Tour qualifier, and yesterday he's got Andrew Gilding, who was in inspired form. Jack, I can. 2 seconds. I've been honest. I've not actually looked, but I'll look now. On that one. Right. That one there. So, no, not that one. Right, so next week on the live league, Group A will be Jesus Nogueira, Lee Cox, Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, Mike Warburton, Robert Owen. Then Group B, Lee Evans, Steve Brown making his debut, Mike Gillett. Then Group C, David Pallett, Andy Jenkins, and Johnny Haynes. And so I'm going to keep teasing you. I'm not going to give it away yet. Week 3, we have an international superstar playing.
This week sounds good, though. This week sounds very good. That's whoever comes through that, fair play.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing Nogueira play because, again, we saw it in spells. He was brilliant on the Pro Tour in times. Bomber Brown.
I think we all want to see that rematch of the World Seniors final.
Yeah. Good match up, Dev and Jim. Jim can throw. Yeah, look, Jim McEwen is more than capable. Adrian Lewis is warming up. Simon Whitlock against George Kellington. That could be good. Rusty Jake has just beaten
just
Matt
a little
Top.
bit.
Manita says, from New Zealand, Phil. No, the one you're asking about, I'm guessing you're asking about Hopai. We asked him. He wanted to play, but he couldn't get here or couldn't change his travel plans for the WDF Worlds to get here in time. But he was asked, Juanita, and next time he's in Europe or next time he comes over, we are going to hopefully have Hopai in. Devin Peterson.
How good it would as well to have players from all parts of the globe. It just show how global this game is.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, to be fair, the one playing in week 3 is very global, very international, and a star in the country they are from. I had to word that well to not give it away. Jamie Hughes is 1 away. Steve Beaton is having an absolute shocker. And he departs, beaten by Brett Clayton. Steve Beaton only averaging 71.
In a game he had full control of as well.
Yeah. Looks like board 2 on the stream has completely given up the ghost. Oh, again, round 1 on short stream board 1. This could take a while. I love Ryan to bits. However, he just put 50p in the meter just to get him going a little bit. An interesting move. I've only just noticed this from yesterday, Henry. Gary Anderson is now seeded for today. He's got 28 next to him in brackets. I love all the guesses in the chat room. Not going to give it away yet.
You'll have to watch to find out.
Yeah. Brock says, what's for lunch today, Phil? I've gone really exotic today. I have got some chicken bits and 2 mini rolls. How rock and roll is that for a stream?
The journalist life, whatever we can find, either the back of the fridge or in a service station or something like that, anything goes when it comes to lunch.
Yeah, it's like you try and get the healthiest option possible, but I have got a bit of a sweet tooth, so I've balanced out and gone chicken and mini rolls. To be fair, we normally switch games around. However, the game that's going straight on after that one, I'm going to leave Laban against Gary Anderson up as the feature game. Mine, Shindiggity, 2-0 to the good at the moment against Boris Kirchmar. Mervyn King underway. Kim Hybrex, he's loving an all Belgium game at the moment. He plays the Fox Get de Vos.
He's had a couple of them this weekend, hasn't he, Dimitri? A couple of all German affairs.
Again, the bat phone has sounded, and I have information from
Let's just have a little check then
on
what is going
on. Jamie Clark pulled out not very well, was up all night vomiting. So, yeah, he wasn't well. So, Jamie pulled out well. And no, Gary will not be in Players' Championships in Germany next week.
So that answers that then. Just a quick check then of what's going on. A lot of the games now in infancy. Sorry, Phil.
No, go on, mate.
Just going to say, a lot of games going on just in their infancy now. Martin Schindler is kicking his campaign off superbly against Boris Kretschmar. He is 3-0 to the good, averaging 95, Boris 85. So he's comfortably in front there as the worksmen decide to start going again as I begin speaking. Kim Hybrecht, one up will go to the boss in that all-Belgian battle. Jake Chiselberger underway as it 4. Obviously, we've seen on the featured Gary Anderson against Darius Lebanauskas. Gabriel Clements has taken the opener against friend of the show, Connor Scott, the sniper/pistol. Radek Shagansky, one up on Mervyn King. Simon Whitlock takes the opener against George Kellington. Ross Montgomery 2-0 up on Ross Smith. Martijn Kleermaker averaging 103, 4-0 to the good against Scott Waite. Andrew Gilding 3-1 up on Vincent van der Voort. And Callum Ridge, we said big day for him today, 4-3 up on Steve Haggerty. And James Wade, 3-1 up on 1 million camp. He'll fancy his chances of success here at Players' Championship 6.
Absolutely. Is Glendowen, if Glendowen's really about that, does he lose his tour card? Let's have a look. I don't know. It'll be close. No. On the tour card race, he would just about keep it at the moment. Obviously, that can change and stuff like that. But at the moment, he would keep it. But not guaranteed.
First prerogative is going to have to be trying to qualify for the Players' Championship and World Championship. If he does that, you think he'd be safe barring something. If he doesn't qualify for them, could be a bit of a heavy, scary one.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this one's kind of gone under the radar, and I must admit, I didn't see it. I'm just scrolling back through now, but it's another first round exit for Krzysztof Ratajski. Huge
concerns to him right now. Huge concerns. It's a lot
Yeah.
of first-round exits for a player who 12 months ago we were saying is maybe the next player to knock on the major doorstep.
Oh, completely. Yeah. Not a great first leg from Gary Anderson or Darius Labanauskas, but it is Laban who takes it on board 7.
Just looking at Andrew Gilding, we said how good he was yesterday. 4-1 now to the good against Vincent van der Voort, who this weekend admittedly has struggled a little bit in Barnsley. So maybe he'll be happy to see the back of the Metrodome in a few minutes' time, should he go out well. It could definitely happen now. 5-1 up in Andrew Gilding, averaging 103.4. It's been a dominant display from Goldfinger. It's been a good weekend for Goldfinger. Beat Peter Wright yesterday. Vincent could be his next victim.
Martijn Kleermaker. Job done. Good performance from the serial killer, as we've renamed him because of that stare that he gives the board. What else? The questions around Gary on a Sunday are back. Only averaging 82. This isn't the free-flowing, flying Scotsman we saw yesterday.
Not quite lit up the blue touch paper in Barnsley on Sunday. So contrasting weekend thus far for the Flying Scotsman. Well, Callum Richardson will be hoping it's a contrasting weekend for good reasons. He's 5-4 up on Steve Haggerty, only averaging 90, but, well, he's through now, averaging 89. Just needed to get through that first round game, which indeed he does. He is a victor by 6 legs to 4. He's in to the next round. The last 64 in Barnsley. Elsewhere, Connor Scott, Gabriel Clements 2-2, Radoshigansky 3-2 up on Mervyn King. Whereas this could be a bit of an upset. Dave Chisel's not had a really good start to 2022. I know he made the final of the Masters, but we've not really seen much from Chizzy since. And he's 3-0 down to Nick Fulwell, averaging just 88 is Chizzy. For himself 66, but 3-0 up against the major finalist.
Yes. Another one, board 2. Ross Smith has won 3 legs on the spin against Ross Montgomery. Montgomery was 2-0 to the good, but Smudger has spun this one around, and Gary Anderson is in a whole world of trouble. Yesterday, he had a tournament average of about 104. Now he's averaging only 85 and getting dispatched as we speak.
Rowing times for Gary Anderson, that is for sure. And it's also rowing times on board 10 for Stephen Bunting, because Ryan Meikle is averaging 109 and 4-1 up on the bullet. And Meikle's one of those players where he's just gone a little bit under the radar. He's had a good start to 2022, I've felt. And maybe, again, if we're looking at players coming right out from the pack to win it, if he carries on playing like that throughout the course of the day, and of course it is a big if, then he's going to give himself every single chance. 4-1 up on Stephen Bunting, averaging close to 110. Good start to the day for the Barber.
Yeah, and someone asked in the chat room, is he actually a Barber? Yes, he is. It's another ton-topping average for Andrew Gilding. 103 as he beats Vincent van der Voort, and it's a miserable weekend for Vincent, but brilliant from Goldfinger. No, Daniel Ryan doesn't do my hair, mate. He lives a bit far away from me.
Or maybe not. Also, victory for Martin Schindler. He's got the better of Boris Kirchmar by 6 legs to 2. Impressive start to the day from Schindler. 6-2 victory, averaging 98.87. We'll be happy with that for starters. He is into the last 64 here in Barnsley.
He is. Stephen Burton has turned the game around on the streaming boy. Now leads the freeze 3 legs to 2. Good stuff from Stephen Burton. Gary Anderson has a leg back on the board, but is still up against it as Laban is going through the gears. Adrian Lewis has upped his average. He was having a bit of a stinker, but he's back to 3 apiece with Andy Bolton. Connor Scott leads. Merv King just takes the lead.
Couple of games also warming up on board 3. Vladimir Anderson up against Lee Evans, Mike De Decker, and Martin Lukeman warming up over on board 5. So we are coming close towards the end. We're probably at the midway to latter stages of the last 1 to 8. And then we go into the last 64 and so on and so forth until we crown a champion at the end of the day. And of course, every dart will be followed with us live here.
Teresa in the chat room, just back from a walk. Did I miss anything good? It's been a bit of a slow day, if I'm being honest. Adrian Lewis has hit the afterburners. He was only averaging about 73 a minute ago. He's gone through the gears to now lead.
Talking about going through the gears as well. Mervyn King, he was, I think it was 3-1 down, wasn't he, to Radek Sagansky. He's now pulled it back to 4-3, averaging 95 now. But Sagansky brings it back to 4-4. So best of 3 now in that one for a place in the last 64. So that one coming up to the boil quite nicely. A couple of games just getting underway. Mitza Sudovic, Sean Wilkinson, that's 1 apiece. And Keane Barry averaging 90 is 2-1 up on Pete Burgoyne. And one man who is on the hill is Ryan Meikle. The average just come down a little bit, only to 104, mind. Really, really good performance thus far from him. He's 5-2 up on Stephen Bunn himself. Is averaging 96, so not too bad from the bullet.
No, and Gary Anderson just missed a golden opportunity. Multiple darts to break the Lamanauskas throw and go within one, but the gap is back to 3, and Ando is up against it here. Trin said, not a chance. Who dropped out today? MVG didn't play. Jamie Clark pulled out ill as well. So there's been a few.
Indeed, and of course, with it being the Sunday, you very much struggle to find replacements in the draw. So occasionally you may get that odd buy or two, there, unless someone can race their way up to the Metrodome in time.
I was going to say, if you are a pro, Henry, that maybe you haven't got a card or you've run the Challenge Tour, you're ideally placed to live up in that Yorkshire, Lancashire border region, aren't you?
Yeah, you'd always try and keep yourself handily placed, wouldn't you? As in, you always try and make sure you're ready in case you're called up, whether that's for the weekend or just for the one day. I know, obviously, sometimes if you're playing, say, if you're the seniors playing an event in Newbury or you're playing in another tournament elsewhere, you can't help that because you've naturally got to then earn your own prize money to go out whatever order of merit you decide to play in darts-wise. So I get that. But, yeah, you always want to try and make sure you're always there, ready for the call, waiting for the call, because I think we've seen, haven't we, especially like Scott Williams, that if you can just hang about, he didn't do well on that Challenge Tour, give yourself opportunities. There's a lot of money to be had as an amateur in this sport, and there's a lot of players that are pulling out of tournaments now, and obviously because it is a bit more selective. You can't keep hang tight, and if you are maybe sometimes find a local tournament that's in and around Barnsley, because say someone pulls out at 9 o'clock and they are desperate for a play because they don't want to give out buys. No one wants to give out buys. If you're in and around that area, you might just get that call up.
Yeah. Also, I'm not quite sure how Gary's done it, but again, he's literally pressing the meltdown button here. Missed multiple darts at a double again, and somehow managed to bust 138. I dread to think.
Mind you, it's not quite Jamie Hughes going down for treble 19, needing 144 for a 9 darts level, but it's on that par. It's in the Jose de Souza School of Mathematics.
It's probably more what he didn't have for breakfast.
Now, been a bit of a turnaround involving our friend Connor Scott. Gabriel Clements has turned the tables a little bit. 5-4 now. The German lead in that one. And maybe Dave Chisnell gets Nick Fulwell's mounting a bit of a comeback. 5-3 still to Fulwell, but Chisnell just about trying to hang in there. James Wade looked comfortable against Von Moolenkamp at a time, but now has been forced to a decider against the Dutchman. So 5 apiece there. Could we see another big name go in the way of James Wade? Ross Montgomery 5-3 up on the seed in Ross Smith. Danny Knopper, Stephen Burton on the string 4 apiece. A.D. Lewis is a leg away, averaging 99, but no, because Andy Bolton has brought it back to 5 apiece. We're going to a decider. Winning a decider is James Wade 6-5 against Von Moolenkamp, and Ross Montgomery getting the better of Ross Smith by 6 legs to 3 and a load of games as well in its early phases. Keane Barry 3-2 up on Pete Burgoyne, now 4-2 up, and a lot of games at the top end as well. But Phil, over to you.
Gary Anderson, yesterday's finalist, with a tournament average of about 104, is out in round one, averaging a lonely 81, beaten 6-1 by Laban, Darius Labauskas. If he leaves now, he can probably be on the peg in 3.5 hours. Danny Knopper is in front again. This one's swinging all over the place between him and Stephen Burton. Josh Rock hit 9 dart yesterday. He's warming up on board 2 against Keegan Brown. Conflict of styles on board 10. Jeffrey Deswan, who get on with it, and Adam Gowlass, who's not the quickest, shall we say. Matt Campbell, Matt Edgar warming up on board 7. Tough tie for Matt Edgar, this one. Matt Campbell had a brilliant day yesterday, played some fabulous stuff. And a big, big surprise on board number 6, Henry.
Indeed, the surprise is coming thick and fast, but Adrian Lewis, seeded 26, he's a seed that will be going for averaging a ton against Andy Bolton 6-5. And I think AD would be happy with that win, not because it was a 6-5, but the way he won that game. He had to drag himself out of a little bit of a hole at the start of the match, was averaging in around the 70s early on, but brought that average on superbly, had to dig in when Andy Bolton brought it back to 5 apiece. Not just a victory, I think this is the way that Adrian won that one, which I think he will be happy with. The UK Open champion is also through, Danny Knopper, by 6 legs to 4. So he is through as well, which gives us a little bit of a period where the games are just in their middle parts.
Yeah, just plodding along. Martin Lukeman
really is on the periphery is King Barry, 5-2 up.
Good result, or good stuff from Barry Keane. Mensel Sulovic is behind Florian Hempel, 2-1 up on David Evans. As Danny Knopper gets over the line on the stream board, Stephen Burton will be disappointed, and you can see that by the look on his face as he walks back towards his dart case. Was in control of that one.
Also, King Barry has got himself over the line in the end. 6-2 victory for the young Irishman. He is in to the next round. We've got a load of games in the middle stage, which gives us a little bit of time to talk about the matches that are warming up, because we are midway through the first round here in Barnsley. Mario van der Behade takes on Brian Raman. Danny Jansen against Scott Williams, who we've been talking up quite a lot over recent weeks. And a draw, which I'm not sure John Henderson would be too favourable with. Ryan Joyce, a player who we've seen on the floor do some impressive bits. That's not an easy first round game for Hendo, who needs really the points to keep himself on tour.
Tell you what, though, Henry, there's something a little bit more pressing than that. It's just come up on stream board 2. The Prince of Wales against this man. The Barney alarm has sounded.
We need a Bennett alarm as well.
Oh, whoa. That'd just be nuts.
Double dosage of the alarm.
Yeah.
We'll apologise again for the works. By the way, have you ever known works people to work on a Sunday before?
No.
There's apologies if you can hear something on my microphone. Basically, they're literally working straight outside, working on the internet in my area. I can tell you now, it ain't working. Just an interesting point about Matt Edgar. Obviously played in the live league last night, so he'll be match fresh. But I wonder whether playing so late last night, then having to travel up overnight and then playing on the Sunday, and then playing obviously at midday on the Sunday, does the fact he played last night and played a lot of games help, or does the travelling overnight factor potentially hinder him a little bit? It's an interesting quandary.
I think you can get over tiredness. Plenty of caffeine. So I think the tiredness will hit him later in the day, perhaps when he gets back home or to the hotel or something like that, than when you're in the venue and the adrenaline's going.
So let's just have another quick delve into the games. Mensa Sulovic, Sean Wilkinson tied at 3 apiece. Same scoreline between Florian Hempel and David Evans. Martin Lukeman 4-2 up on Mike DeDecker. Lee Evans 4 up on Vladimir Anderson. Jeff Smith, he's 3-2 in front against Richie Edhouse. Steve Lennon averaging 103 in these early stages, 2-0 up against Cameron Menzies. Mary Van der Harder took the opening leg in the Belgian battle of Brian Raman. Keegan Brown, Josh Rock, one apiece there. Not really lived up to tight thus far. On the feature game, we can see it's now 2-1 to Matt Campbell. Adam Gavalas 3-0 up on Jeffrey Desvan. Scott Williams has taken the opener against Danny Jansen. Ryan Joyce doing the same against John Henderson. Neil Zotto, Jason Lowe tied at 1 apiece. Nathan Rafferty having 107 in the opening leg, went up on Damien Mole. Of course, the Barney alarm has sounded, taking on Richie Bennett on the stream, and it's Louis Williams 0, Steve West 0.
And Steve West game is the first game in the last 64 that is underway. Robbo, the Live League is played in the south of the country. Matthew Edgar levels up against Matt Campbell, but will have to find a break-up throw. And all eyes on the stream board. Number 2, Bennett against Barneveld. Just something so satisfying about watching Richie Bennett play darts.
There's a mystique about it.
Yeah. Brendan, thanks very much for your support, mate.
Of course, if you are tuning in for the first time, don't forget to give us a like and subscribe at the same time. Nicking one of your phrases, Phil.
You know, we're etching towards 25k subs. And it's not quite been 2 years yet. Not until the end of May.
It's okay, I suppose.
It's done all right. Live League is played in Phil Bar's Arena in Andover. I wish that it's not a million miles from me in Andover. Hence why I ended up there. Well, I was working, but I was there after the stream last night, so it doesn't take too long to get there. And Matthew Edgar has found that break and throw against Matt Campbell.
I think you're playing yourself down, Phil. You've just got a bigger house than all of us think you do. It's actually in his garage, it's in the back annex.
To be fair, we are looking at new premises for the Live League. It's not going to be a massive move in terms of distance, but something on the horizon.
It's all going onwards and upwards for the Live League. That is for certain. And players queuing up as well to play in the event too, which is also good to see. And it's only going to go from strength to strength as time goes on. That is for certain. So plenty of fun there. And we saw as well with the Pro Tour numbers, obviously the players have got tour cards as well. The product definitely works. It's only going to go from strength to strength. So if you need something to distract you midweek at work, we didn't say this, by the way, but if you need to have a little cup of something to distract you at the office desk, don't forget to pop that on Monday to Friday.
What's the game this is as well? Richie Bennett, Raymond Van Barneveld, both players averaging 107 right now. Says I'm in contact with someone who played in the Live League. We'll know Callum, but yeah, the Werewolf will be back, mate. Obviously, we can only have X amount of players per cycle, so it's just a matter of rotating players around so it doesn't get stale. But no, they'll all be back.
So let's have a little check around the scores on the doors. So Nathan Rafferty, as we mentioned, took the first against. Actually, I think this is a bit out of date. There we go. This is a bit better. Nathan Rafferty 3-1 up on Damien Mole. Ryan Joyce 4-0 up on John Henson, averaging a ton. Not a good day. Not a good weekend at the office for Hendo. Scott Williams 4-1 up on Danny Jansen. We said he's probably going to be the most dangerous out of the non-tour card holders to play this weekend. He's proving that thus far. And then Gavalas 5-0 from Jeffrey Deswan. Deswan averaging just 78, and there's real issues with Jeffrey Deswan at the minute. Josh Rock averaging 96, 4-2 up from Keegan Brown. 2-2 in the All-Belgian battle between Van der Behard and Raman. Steve Lennon 4-2 up from Cameron Menzies. Just Smith 1 away against Richie Edhouse at 5-3. Floyd Hempel 5-4 up on David Evans. And Mencia Suljevic 5-4 to the good against Sean Wilkinson. But concerns for Jeffrey Deswan. Then we said he's got a King's ransom to defend this year, and these first round exits with unceremonious averages is not going to help him one little bit. We said possibly if he can get a deep one early on in the year, it'll just alleviate some pressure. Even though he still has a lot to defend, it'll just take a bit of pressure off his shoulders. But it's just not happening, just not clicking for him up to present, unfortunately.
Just watching the Deswan throw, it's dragging a lot low. The dart he just threw at the treble 20 minutes ago was way off the target. But Adam Gaulas has dispatched of Jeffrey Deswan 6-0. JDC departs, but Matthew Edgar is one away. Really good interview with him yesterday, and one of the taglines was, "When I go to the Pro Tour, I'm just going there to steal cash." Love that.
It's a great line. It's a great line. Is it like Gowan Price used to say, "I'm just a rugby player picking money out of darts players' pockets"? It's a similar tune to that, I suppose.
Yeah. I'm just going there to steal cash. Jeffrey
Well,
Deswan.
a couple of players not stealing cash, but winning cash as they...
Just looking at the numbers, none from 10 on the outer ring. That's why the average was horrendous, and that's why he got battered.
He's got serious work to do. Serious work to do to get himself, just to keep himself on tour. And so he's defending a heck of a lot of money. And if he's playing like that, you wonder where the next paycheck comes from. It's a real concerning time for Jeffrey Desvan and for Jeffrey Desvan fans.
Also, Cameron Menzies has just leveled it up against Steve Lennon on board 9. That one's 4 apiece. Scott Williams 4-2 up against Danny Jansen. Danny Jansen been playing some good stuff. However, just throwing in a bit of a shocker here at the moment. Not a good couple of minutes for Canada.
Richie Edhouse has taken out 76.
Yeah. Go on, Henry.
I was just mentioning Richie Edhouse taking out the 76 in 3. As you mentioned, it's not been a good few minutes for the Canadians because Jess Smith has also departed at the opening hurdle. Matt Edgar beating Matt Carroll, Jess Smith also out, so that's not going to be a pleasant airplane ride back to Canada home for the pair of them.
Gurney against Brett Clayton next on Streamboard 1. And Menzies is in front. I know we spoke about this one yesterday, Henry, but Brian Roman again struggling.
Yeah, average only 88 against Mayor Van der Harder, who is 4-2 up, averaging 90 himself. And we spoke about these gears, didn't we, yesterday? His A game, you can't help but say is sensational, and he will do bits in the PDC with it, but he needs to develop the B game if he's going to be successful. And success has been sealed for Nathan Rafferty. 94 average against Damien Mole. Victor by 6 legs to 2. It's good to see Nathan Rafferty up and on the board today.
Just looking at the stream, this would be... Oh, he does. Raymond Van Barneveld breaks Richie Bennett with a blockbuster 161. Bennett sat on 55 and Barney produces fireworks.
We love the fireworks. Not quite fireworks for Scott Williams, but it is progression through to the next round. 6-2. He beats Danny Jansen. And my word, I've only just got back onto this game. Cameron Menzies was way behind against Steve Len. I think he's 4-1 down. I think he's on 5 in a row. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but he's mounted an incredible comeback to beat Steve Len in 6-4. The averages are in 2 different stratospheres the last time I checked. But Cameron Menzies has sealed an amazing comeback victory. It's always box office when it concerns Cameron Menzies. Certainly was again there.
Oh, man, I was watching all day long. It's so fascinating to watch him play. We see every range of emotion, and that's only in one leg.
Sometimes one visit.
Yeah. He goes through the full range, does Cammy.
The game needs more characters like him. Tell you what, could you imagine a world? I know we spoke yesterday about Bennett and Price at the World Championships. Imagine the prelim game, but the face going price was between Cameron Menzies and Richie Bennett.
Oh, all day, every day, prime time, we'd have that.
George Noble will have to wear leg guards or something like that. Just a quick look elsewhere in the top 64. Kevin Burness and Jim Williams tied at 2 apiece. Louis Williams is having a proficient start to the day. He's just getting the job done at the minute. 88 average, 4-2 up on Steve West, just doing what he has to do at this present moment in time. As we can see on the main board, Damon Head to Robert Owen, 1 apiece. Bit of a slow start to that one. Luke Humphreys and Jason Heaver complete an utter opposite. Humphreys averaging 113 to Heaver's 103, but it's Cool Hand Luke who leads by 2 legs to 1. Ian White 1 up on Nathan Aspinall, 125, 135 the averages there. And Johnny Clayton and Jose Justicia have just got underway in their game in the last 64, as has Brendan Dolan and Willie Borland.
Nathan Aspinall underway again. Richie Bennett still fighting, but Barney winning the big moments. Bennett averaging 95, doing nothing wrong, but is there or thereabouts. Mike says, I know the UK Open is finished, but do you guys disagree with the way they just put Gazzy MVG right on the main stage, no matter who they are playing? It's just the way TV works, mate. And whether people like it or not, they want to showcase the talent to the people watching, and those 3-4 players, depending how many games they have in a session, will always be on those stages, because that's the way TV works. It's no different to the Premier League football when they select them. Yes, every team will be guaranteed X amount of games on Sky or BT. However, your Liverpools, your Manchester Cities, your Manchester Uniteds will get double the games that Norwich get. It's just the way TV works, and people want people to watch it for that reason. It's just the way it is. It's no different to the World Championships when the draw's done, that certain games will be on in the afternoon.
And you've also got to appreciate the fact as well, it's on ITV4. So for the PDC, it's an opportunity to showcase the best players in the world on free-to-air TV in the UK. So if you've got the opportunity to showcase Michael, Gerwin, Peter, Johnny, and all the other big names on terrestrial television, for what will be, no disrespect to Sky, but naturally a bigger audience because it is free-to-air television, then you always make advantage of it. That's why the Champions League format, which was used on the BBC, was only ever going to be the top 8 players in the PDC order of merit.
Yeah, and this is why that certain players will get invites to tournaments no matter what their ranking or status or anything like that, because of the digital numbers they drive to the platforms and things like that. Raymond van Barneveld beats Richie Bennett. Good game from the pair. Bennett's done nothing wrong in that game, but Barney was sensational. A 1-6-1 finish along the way as well. Again, Barney could do some damage. 102 and a bit average for the Dutchman.
Haven't spoken about him yet today, but it's an open draw for anyone to win. Barney won one last year. Is he going to keep up his record, maybe winning one each year on his new tour card rotation? Today, he's got a very good chance of doing just that.
i.e. Fallon Sherritt to Madison Square Garden. There was a no-brainer that Fallon does the World Series. No, I don't think any male dart player has ever made the front pages of the newspapers in America. Fallon blitzed it over there. So, and the broadcasters want her, and the broadcasters pay the money. Without the broadcasting money in any sport, it wouldn't happen. I remember Jurgen Klopp, when he first came over here, moaning that the TV companies have so much say in when football teams play. But that's the reason that English clubs have got such big transfer budgets compared to the German market, because of the money that the broadcasters bring in.
And the other thing with the World Series as well is it's a different product to the Premier League, where there is certain stipulations as to what really you have to do in that event in terms of inviting certain players, obviously where they are in rankings, and maybe, I mean, we can go on about major champions and that to the cows come home. But with the World Series, it's a showcase of the sport to the world. So you have free rein to pretty much invite anyone that will entice people from territories which we're trying to break into. I mean, America definitely one, Australia one, which we're trying to continually tap into. You want those players that will open up those doors, and without any shadow of a doubt, and there's no one that will disagree, Fallon Sherritt opens up doors that I won't name names, but perhaps other players perhaps don't open up. So if you're trying to sell your product to it's a bit like anyone in any trade. If you're trying to show off, say you design kitchens for a living, you're always going to show off your best kitchen to a potential client to get their contract. So, and it's a bit similar with the PDC. They're trying to convince the people of America or Australia that you want to watch this product. So we're going to bring those that we think will give you the best chance of watching that product over to you to enjoy this event.
Yeah, and I know Welsh Woody just put in the chat room, Lisa Ashton in capitals with a big question mark. No one's ever said Lisa is not a fabulous player, because she is. But in terms of digital numbers and eyes on product, a bit like the Premier League, when we're talking about ticking boxes, certain players tick the great player box, but don't tick the other boxes in terms of what you have to do in media, what you do digitally, and everything like that. And that's not detracting from them being fabulous dart players, which is why they get to all the ranking events and stuff like that. But you're in right tournaments, it is a completely different set of circumstances to get picked for these. And I am being honest, sometimes it doesn't matter how good you are on the board, it's what you do elsewhere.
And this is the thing with any modern sports person, is you've got to have this combined package. And we both worked in social. I don't so much now. You definitely do. And everything revolves around numbers. And you can see with certain people and individuals where the numbers stack up and where the numbers don't. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that don't like the idea that social media takes over. And I get that to a certain extent. But the way that sport is going is about crunching the numbers and who fits what bill and who doesn't. And that's not saying that player A is not a great darts player, but if player B is of a similar level but gauges a bigger interest in more markets, then that's inevitably, if you're at an invitational part and an organiser's looking between that and weighing it up, the social media factor is what will weigh it up and now in one's favour over another, because that's ultimately what in this modern day is always going to be king.
Well, look, take it away from darts. Go to another sport. Go to boxing, right? Anyone other than Conor McGregor would not have been given a professional licence to fight Floyd Mayweather in Vegas, having no boxing experience, no boxing pedigree, no amateur pedigree. Yes, he's a UFC fighter, but completely different. No one else would have been granted a professional licence to box like that fight was. But the fact that, one, it was going to make absolute millions, and the digital presence that Conor McGregor has and everything like that, the commissions went, just do it.
Mm-hmm. And I dread to think how much box office channels made off of that fight as well, because they would have made an absolute ransom. I think it was something like £19 on Sky box office, that fight. Other box office channels are available, of course.
Yeah. You know, but again, you look at selling a pay-per-view fight. Do they play up in the build-up to the fight to sell it? Absolutely. And that's understanding your market. If you just sit there and be nice to each other, are people going to watch? Probably not. If you're an absolute arse and create merry hell, it gets people talking about it and people will watch.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, Tyson Fury, if we're going back to boxing, is the absolute king of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think the two winners of the women's series should get a tour card? Maybe not two. I would like to see the winner of the ladies series get a tour card in line with the Challenge Tour and Development Tour. Damon Hetta is over the line in our feature game. A 6-2 winner over Robert Owen and 104 average for the heat. Henry's internet's had a wobble, so I'll take you through. Steve says, no. No to what, mate? We've spoken about a lot recently. On the stream now, Daryl Gurney and Brett Clayton underway, and everyone knows how much I dislike the Brett Clayton throw. Absolutely no follow through. Ugh. Keane Barry is 2 behind to Martin Clearmaker. It's not a great game, if I'm being honest. The Joker, John O'Shea, against Ricky Evans is also underway. Teresa says, do you think right now we're trying to make women's darts bigger, separate leagues and divisions at a bigger point, making more women play? Possibly. Yeah, I don't dislike the idea. As Dirk moves 2-0 up. Johnny Clayton, not at his very best here, but not having to be, is 5-2 up on Jose Justicia. Where Rob Cross leads Christoph Kachuk 2-1. Dirk in complete control on the feature game. Well, that's a fair point.
Hi there.
Turn it around. Oh, Henry's back. Internet issues. That's because they're working on it, see?
They're not doing a great job, are they? It's actually gone quiet for a minute, which I don't know if it's a good thing or not. Obviously, I don't know where you've been the last few minutes, Phil. Obviously, Rice, I've been trying to connect myself back in, but there is a victory for Johnny Clayton, 6-2 over Jose Justicia. They've been 2 performances so far, which have just been getting himself over the line in the late 80s. This one against Justicia, but doesn't matter. 6-2 victory for him. Jose de Souza is averaging 104 and is close to victory against Jonathan Worsley. Michael Smith, 97, 5-3 up on Devin Peterson. Ian White, 5-3 up on Nathan Ashton. Martin Clearmaker, 3-1 up on Barry Keane. A Keane Barry even. I know why that joke is a joke now. Rob Cross, averaging 108, 3-1 up on Christoph Kachuk. It's terrible, isn't it? It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. And Brendan Dunham, 5-1 up on Woody Ball and William O'Connor, 5-up on Rusty Jake Rodriguez. I think that's just about everything just summed up for now.
I think so. One of Jose de Souza's best performances in a while, averaging 104. And Brendan Dolan is over the line against Willie Borland. Disappointing from Willie, only averaging 78. What else have we got? Rob Cross
Elsewhere,
in control.
just getting underway. Andrew Gilden, Martin Lukman.
big game this for Martin Lukeman. A win here. Let's have a look. That might have changed because, yeah, Adrian has won. But a win here would leapfrog him over Vincent van der Voort and put him 17th on the race for the match play. Martin Lukeman playing himself into contention for a lot of things at the moment.
And this is what a good start to a season does to you. It gives you just that little bit of a glimmer of hope. And the match play is the one, isn't it, where you can really do damage early on in the season. And perhaps even if you have a little bit of a rough patch in the early summer, you can just hang on to a spot. So if you can make hay whilst the spring sun rises here over Barnsley, then you can give yourself a real good chance of qualifying for the match play, which out of all of those prior to the World Championships is the big money one.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, just looking on the stream, I genuinely dislike that Brett Clayton throw. The follow through is absolutely horrific. Not a fan at all. Nathan Aspinall, Ian White are in a decider. The Noble.
And Nathan's done well to claw his way back into that one. Ian White's been playing well throughout. And this is probably going to be the biggest test of Nathan since the whole shoulder thing has arisen. Can he get himself through this? He's played very well as well. Credit where credit's due. Big leg, though, for Nathan Aspinall. We're going to learn a lot from him, maybe, over the next 15 to 18 darts or so.
Yeah. Afternoon, women's darts. Hope you are good. And Michael Smith has seen off Devin Peterson 6-4. The African Warriors Pro Tour for this weekend comes to an end at the hands of the Bully Boy. On the other stream, Gert Nenchez is absolutely blowing away Ryan Searle here at the moment.
Very warm hello to Women's Darts. Indeed, it is the WDF commentator who is moving over to the PDC and online darts for this weekend.
And Daryl Gurney 4-0 up now. The writing looks very much on the wall, as it is for Christoph Kachuk, as Rob Cross is 5-1 up. John O'Shea has one back against the Joker. Against Ricky Evans. It's a high quality affair, this one. Both very high 90s averages. Dirk van Dijvenbode. Going to have to wait a little bit longer. Had an opportunity to get it done, but but Joe Mernon would need.
How did Andrew Gilden get on today? He's still very much in.
Go on, Henry.
I've just been asked, how did Andrew Gilden get on today? He's still very much a part of the tournament. Superb in beating Vincent van der Voort. I'm not sure when he's playing next or whether he's still live. We've just missed it. He's still live at the minute. He's taken on Martin Luckman. It's one apiece in that one. And Gilding's averaging bang on the ton. It's been a good day so far. Good weekend for Andrew Van Gilding. And Rod Cross, it could be a good day for him as well. He's through to the last 32. He's beaten Christoph Kachuk by 6 legs to 1.
Someone that it's not been a good day for is Barry Keane. Keane Barry only averaging 77, and he is on the cusp of departing. Also, the Ober genius, Dirk van Dijvenbode, wants 72. Did I see him beat Peter Wright yesterday? Yep. Martijn Kleermaker. Job done over Barry Keane. Joe Cullen, the number 3 seed, back in action as well. Not sure if I was going to say there we are. I'm not sure if the iPad's taken a break in that one, but we are there now. I know they are in the chat room, so we'll see the end of this one as well. John O'Shea needs to find a break, but a high-quality game, this one. And heavy metal, Ryan Searle is out.
Yeah, very impressive victory for Hurton Nenches, averaging 96 there. As we know, Dirk has gone through on our featured game as well.
No, MVG didn't play today. He pulled out. Kim Hybrax 2-1 up. Errol Gurney was 4-0 up. Brett Clayton is now back within 1. Also, potentially within 1 is Ricky Evans. But again, this scoreline, Henry, is an intriguing one. Say Ricky Evans wins this leg and it's 5-3. It's not disastrous for John O'Shea because it's only 1 break of throw. 2 of the 3 would be on the Joker's throw if he can find that all-important break.
Indeed, it's not a disaster, but of course it's that pressure of knowing that you have to be perfect here on in. That's the pressure that will be on, and that's the pressure that is being exerted by Ricky Evans. He is 1 away at 5-3. John O'Shea has the darts in this leg, but throw it the other way. Ricky Evans is going to look at it. If he doesn't win this one, he's going to at least have the chance to throw it out in the next one. But only a 58 start for John O'Shea. He will be kicking himself.
He will. However, sorry to interrupt. We have a Dutch derby about to happen on board 12. The Barney alarm is sounded.
We all know what time it is when the Barney alarm sounds. One of the features of Pro Tour weekend on online darts. And big visit there from John O'Shea. But Ricky Evans backs it up. Quality leg this. Tum 40 followed by Tum 40. These two are trading blows as this game comes up to the boil.
I still remember when we did the Barney alarm tongue-in-cheek at Q School, and then we didn't do it at the first Pro Tour. Oh.
Absolute madness. And there's madness at the Metrodome because Ricky Evans hit a 1-3-2 to lead tops for the match. O'Shea back on 83. So Ricky Evans to secure a 6-3 victory wants tops. But misses all three. So John O'Shea is back to the board. And takes it. It's 5-4. And Ricky Evans is being made to serve this out.
We will let you see this one out, Henry, and then we're going to have a quick substitution.
Indeed, change. I'd say in the studio, but in the little box in the bottom left-hand corner. And it may not be. Here is closing in on victory against the Joker, John O'Shea. 16.99 to start off for O'Shea, but brilliant leg for Evans. Ton 1-2-3-96 sees him on 1-8-2 after 9. What can John O'Shea do in response?
Daryl Gurney is over the line on green board
Evans
1.
back on 1-8-2.
But all eyes on Henry to see whether Rapid Ricky Evans gets the job done.
So 82, Evans wants to seal a 6-4 victory against John O'Shea. It's been a tidy performance. 62 leads 20. We'll come back to the board though, with O'Shea back on 1-8-8. Tidy game from both. 96 average Evans, 93 average for O'Shea. That's a big top 40 to put the pressure on. So 20 now, double 10 for Ricky Evans to get over the line. A 6-4 victor and gets it second dart in hand. Ricky Evans is through to the last 32 here on the Pro Tour. 95 average, very tidy indeed, with a tidy day thus far for Ricky Evans. And he gets the better of John O'Shea by 6 legs to 4.
There we have it. Rapid Ricky Evans finds the right hand to defeat the Joker in that one. We are going to have a quick substitution. Henry, absolute pleasure, mate, spending the last couple of days with you here on the Pro Tour Live. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon, mate.
Will do. Thank you very much as ever, Phil.
And as if by magic, we are joined by one happy Newcastle fan. Dan is in the house. How we doing, buddy?
I'm very well, yeah, tip top. It's sunny in Teesside. The weather's nice. The kids have calmed down enough to let me get some time to enjoy the darts this afternoon. All is very well. How I'm desperately trying to catch up on what's happened so far today. I assume there's been no shocks. I've picked Peter Wright. How's he getting on?
He lost in the opening round with a 79 average.
Oh dear me, that's quite crisis. I was just having a quick look to see what's gone on. Sort of interesting things I've just picked up in the last couple of minutes, and I apologise, I repeat stuff that's already been talked about. But Keane Barry this morning, moved into the top 50 on the on the order of merit, just as a bit of a sort of top 50 is a big, nice, big round number to be within that, isn't it? So he's just ticked over by one game, got himself into the top 50 this morning. It's interesting.
Absolutely. Michael Smith could be the new world number 3 by the end of the day if he makes the semi-final. No, I like quarter-final. Yeah.
You also wouldn't put it past him, would you? That is, that's not. It wouldn't be particularly surprising just to see him get that far. I think we are missing a few big hitters. Certainly at this point in the day. There's nobody left in the tournament today that outranks him. So on ranking alone, you'd probably make him today's favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, Ryan Meikle's putting in some performances. He had a blistering one to beat Stephen Bunting, and he's averaging about 109 at the moment. So super stuff. Josh Rock is proving what a star he is going to be. Again, 9-darter yesterday, and going through the gears again today against Ross Montgomery. A couple of ones from the chat room out. Ryan Searle got blitzed by Gert Ventures on the stream a little while ago. It's all going on at the Barnsley Metrodome.
That looks tight. We've got to just, as I say, I'm just trying to catch up on where things are at. A rematch from the 2020 Darts World Championships. Looks like we've got over board number 7, Labanauskas and Matt Edgar. Edgar must be in. Is he a last minute? I'm sure he announced, didn't he, midweek that he must have played last night and travelled up, has he?
Yeah, he literally left Southampton about 11:30ish.
That's good going. He's done. Because I've done that drive once or twice, maybe another hour on that, but it's not an easy drive. It's a bit of a pain. So he's done well to get up, and I said, by the looks of things, he is doing everything he can to make the drive worthwhile, because he's obviously still here. He's made it through to the second round, and he's not. He certainly seems to be well in this game.
Yeah, completely. He's doing well. It's been a good day of darts, to be fair. Yesterday was really good as well, but Mario van der Bovengarde is averaging 112 against Merv King on board 15. Sensational numbers from the Belgium. And we said yesterday, Dan, 6 Belgium tour card holders now.
Yeah, it's definitely on the rise. I mean, we've always known that there is a scene in Belgium, and it is, darts is growing in a lot of countries. But where it does make the difference, I think we've seen it in other places, is once you start to get more than one or two, because for a while you would have a tour card holder. From lots of countries, they would have a tour card holder. What we're now seeing, and there's a lot of ways that starts to develop as well, in that once they're here in the UK, they start to, they practice together more. They can share their transport a bit easier, or life just becomes a little bit easier for them all. And therefore, everybody gets on a little bit better. People start to perform better. It's really good to see things progressing, certainly from countries like Belgium.
Absolutely. Is Wade still in? Yes, he will play Jason Lowe in his next game. Just underway as we speak on board 14. Kim Hybrex is over the line against Richie Edhouse in the last 64. Cameron Menzies 4-2 up now on Simon Whitlock. There's some real opportunities here. And I know he didn't win today, your boy, but encouraging signs for Dozer. It was better today. Yeah,
I think better is, I suppose, that what he needs to hope for at the minute. I think we'd all be a little bit naive to think that all of a sudden he's going to wake up, turn up at a pro tour, average 103 and rattle past everybody. I think he's going to have to get on a bit of a trajectory. He's going to have to sort of work. He knows it's work, and it's, he's going to have to You're going to have to build. Now, and I think, you know, for every performance that's better than the previous performance, that keeps him on the right track. And, you know, and it's going to hopefully stick on a bit of a trajectory and head in an upward direction. We can only hope. Darius Labanauskas has just broken. So these Edgar and Laba have exchanged a break. Edgar broke to go ahead 3-2. Labanauskas has tied it back up at 3-all and then started a leg off with a max. So this is really becoming quite interesting. I know we're still only in the sort of mid stage of the game, but definitely looking like an interesting one.
Yeah, completely. Gabriel Clements has beaten Nathan Rafferty as we were speaking there. 6-3 for the German giant. Mike says Poland have 3 as well with Bilowecki. Another one. Yeah, look, exciting times for Poland. I'm really excited to see the progress of Sebastian Bilowecki after the UK Open. Just looked like nothing could phase him. The action looked really good. So encouraged.
That is also looking like an interesting one over on board 11 on the stream board. Adrian Lewis against Ryan Joyce. Joyce averaging 102, but with that only can't find the break and is just managing to level this game up. But again, that's another one that looks for all the world like it will go all the way. It looks like we're going to get 9 legs out of those 2.
Yeah, and again, we've seen the good, the bad, and the indifferent of Adrian Lewis today. Early part of his round 1 game, he's averaging like 77 or something. Managed to get it up to mid-90s in the end, but again, it's just the inconsistency within Adrian Lewis.
Matt Edgar, I know we keep going, we've talked a lot about him in the last 5 minutes, but Matt Edgar has just took out the big fish. He's just found a 170 to break and go 4-3 up. I don't know where that was the leg in which Darius Labanauskas started off with a 180, had 41 left when Edgar came to the board needing the 170, and has managed to take it out. Bang, bang, bang. Gone 4-3 ahead. Edgar now opens with a 140 and looks like the balance has swung in this one. Really, really good game, this.
Yeah. Afternoon, Simon. Hope you are good. Remember, everyone, come and say hi in the chat room. Make sure you drop us a like and subscribe to Online Darts. Plenty coming up. Got a decent sit down with Mace and Matthew Edgar coming on the channel in the next couple of days. Just need to edit them and make them look polished. And they will be out rather soon. Rotterdam Premier League this weekend, of course, as well. Or this week, sorry. The Orange Army will be back.
Right. Another man who is continuing to make strides up the ranking table, Danny Knopper on board 12, is now 3-1 ahead of Raymond van Barneveld and going well in this leg as well with the darts in hand. Barney's going to have to really up the ante here in order to even keep pace with Danny Knopper, who looks to be just brushing him aside.
Yeah, Barney played really well to beat Richie Bennett. As well. It was a magical 161 in there at a key time from the great Dutchman.
He's going to have to find some more magic if he's going to stay alive in this one.
He is. Ross the boss
Cameron
is back in this one. Josh Rock was cruising, but the boss has found something. Now 4 apiece. But going back to you with Cameron Menzies.
Cameron Menzies managing just, as I say, average is very tight, and he's just managing to find enough here to keep Simon Whitlock at bay. He's gone 5-3 up on Whitlock, but against the darts, Menzies has opened with a 180. He's just chucked a 1-2-3 to leave himself 100. Simon Whitlock is back on 306. He gets himself down to 167. He's done a nice job there, but Cameron Menzies is going to have 3 darts for 100 to move past Simon Whitlock and go into the next round. What's he done there? He must have gone out twice. He's gone. So Menzies can only find 40. So he's got 60 left. We'll see what Whitlock can do. Whitlock down to 70. So Cameron Menzies again will have at least 1 match dart at a double. He's got 60 left. to move. Oh, and he's missed it. He's come inside at the end. Menzies might not just get. He's really going to struggle unless Whitlock can take this 70. Whitlock takes the 70 out. This could levels. Oh, sorry, catches one back up. So this has got. It looked like Cameron Menzies was. I think he had 6 darts there to get rid of 100, and couldn't do it. He opens this leg with a 54, and the Wizard could come from nowhere here.
He played some really good stuff yesterday, did Simon Whitlock.
I still think on any given day, he can turn up and play outrageously. If he starts to find that treble 20 with some regularity, then he can just outscore 90% of if on his day he can just outscore 90% of tour card holders. And if he puts 2 or 3 of those days or those legs together, or those games together, he always has the potential to have a deep run on these Pro Tour events. But at the minute and in recent times, he just hasn't found that regular enough, and he's sort of his peaks and troughs have come a little bit. The peaks have come a bit further apart. He's always gone a bit up and down, but those ups just don't seem to click quite as often at the moment.
Well, yeah, you think go back when we were behind closed doors in that semi-final against MVG, when the amount of 180s he hit was just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it was world class, wasn't it? It was, there was a period of time where in terms of being able to put 3 darts into that treble 20, he was as good as anyone on the planet just at that. Unbelievable. And when he can do that regularly enough, it sort of, I'm not saying it masks, there are areas of his game where he isn't right up there, world class. There are other parts of his game that need a bit of work. But when he can score that heavily, he masks that, and it just makes up for it. It really, really is a lovely thing to see. But the comeback is looking to be on, unless Cameron Menzies is going to get a match dart again, and he's missed it. Whitlock comes back for, Whitlock has missed double top. He's missed 3 darts at double top to level this game and force a noble leg where he would have had the darts. Menzies comes back, needs 2 darts to take out the 16. He's found the double 8, and Cameron Menzies wins 6-4 after Whitlock has missed a double there to force a noble leg. So by the skin of his teeth, Cameron Menzies fights off the Wizard and his comeback.
The roller coaster that is Cameron Menzies carries on, and when he gets it right.
So speaking of match darts, I think Matt Edgar has just missed a match dart. Labanauskas has really come back. Labanauskas has come on and capitalised on that. Edgar's held the door open for him. Labas took out 81 to force a noble leg. So we are 5-5 in this one, which it's looked all the way through like this is where we were going to get. Labanauskas does have the darts, opens with a ton. So Matt Edgar is going to need to find some trebles in it very quick. He finds a ton 40. So he's going to need to find some trebles very quickly because Labanauskas does have the initiative here. What's he going to follow that up with? It's taking a while to update there. Labanauskas can only find a 60, can't find a treble. If Edgar can find 1 or 2 treble 20s here, and he finds a ton, Edgar is just on the edge of pinching the darts here. Eddie Lewis and Ryan Joyce, I think I said at the very beginning that looked like we were getting 9 legs from those guys, and it very much looks like it's now 4-4. Neither man can seem to quite get rid of the other, both just sticking in it. Oh, Matt Edgar with a 43 at the worst possible moment. Barney needs to take double 4 out here. He's got 3 darts to get rid of double 4. Otherwise, and he can't do it. So Danny Knopper is going to get 3 darts at tops. He's got 40 left for the match. He's 5-2 ahead. Barney has missed darts in this leg. I think he's missed 6 darts at double, maybe 5, depending on how he's got there. Barney has not taken his chances on the doubles here. And he's holding the door wide open for Danny Knopper to move through to the next round. Speaking of a man needing double tops, Labanauskas as well has got 3 darts at double tops. He's got 40 left. Only needs 1. First dart goes in double tops to beat Matt Edgar 6-5. Very, very close game. Matt Edgar was waiting for 52 when he took that double top out Labanauskas. So a very, very tight game. Labanauskas squeezes past Matt Edgar there.
Adrian Lewis holds on the stream board, finds double 12 to put him in 1. But you look at the averages, Ryan Joyce is 10 points clear of Lewis in the averages, but it's Lewis that is 1 away. Just looking at the Lewis dart, it looks like he's thrown his new one still. Doesn't look like he's changed. Not sure if Dart Connect's gone for a break or whether
Danny Knopper has either dropped his darts or he's been waiting on this 40 for a long, long time now. So, yeah, we could be having some technical issues there because it just seems like it's all completely frozen up. Now, while that's going on, over on board 14, Jason Lowe has managed to put some distance between himself and James Wade. So Jason Lowe at the minute, 4-2 ahead with the darts in hand. He's found a couple of breaks, and James Wade is going to have to really lift his game if he's even going to make this one competitive.
Or, on the stream board, we're going fancy darts now. In the build-up to WrestleMania, Barney's just delivered him a stunner and he can't throw his darts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for that. He choke slammed him through a table or something like that. He's just completely lost it. Amazing. But I'd love that. And on the stream board as well, that is where we want to see that. Yeah.
As he turned around to walk back in true Shield fashion, he speared him through the back.
Through the board. That's it. Right. This is really, I've reflected it. There is definitely something up on that board because I don't know. I suppose Darts Connect could have an issue on one board, couldn't it? It could, something could frozen up there. But this is a very, very, very long delay. Now, Adi Lewis and Ryan Joyce, as predicted, I wish somebody could have took some money. I could have had a bet. As I predicted, we are getting every single leg out of these guys. It's 5-all. They've headed into a noble. They've both stuttered their lines a little bit in this noble leg. Adi Lewis thrown a 59, Joyce thrown a 57. They're both sort of not quite where they would want to be. Adi Lewis has got 180 left. Joyce back on 254. Lewis has got himself down to 80. Finds a ton. Joyce is going to have to throw something big to put some pressure on that 80. Otherwise, well, regardless of what he throws, Lewis is coming back for 80. But how much pressure will be on? None. Ryan Joyce can only throw a 41. So Adi Lewis will get 3 darts to get rid of 80 with Joyce back on 213. So he's going to have loads of chance. He's teed that up. He's left himself 40. Must have gone outside there. Ryan Joyce back on 213, finds a 139 to get down to 74. However, it's very unlikely that he's going to get a go at that 74 because Adrian Lewis has got 40 points left. It takes him 2 darts to get rid of them, and Adrian Lewis wins that noble leg to grind a victory out of Ryan Joyce and wins 6-5.
And also, Danny Knopper did hit tops with his first dart. What I reckon Barney tried to do a Darryl Gurney and smash the iPad up.
Yeah, just frisbeed it across the room, probably. Just that's what took the time. Is somebody had to go and fetch it back and then go all the way down and come all the way back again, plug it back in and get it. So
Barney launched it across the Barnsley Metrodome, and Rob Cross called it a second slip.
Good stuff. Right, let's have a look. So that is, I'm just having a quick look to see who can, if we can get a bit of movement today up this topic. I know we talked about Michael Smith. There's not loads of other potential today in terms of people moving around a little bit. Johnny Clayton could jump Dimitri Vandenberg. Johnny Clayton could get himself up to 8th in the world today. To do that, he would need to reach a semi-final. So if Johnny Clayton can find the form today to get to the semi-final, then that would bump him up into the top 8. And these little places, and certainly at that end, can make some big differences in seeded tournaments. They can really have a big effect depending on the route that you do or don't get through a tournament. So really, certainly at this time of year, with a lot of the tournaments coming up and ahead, every place counts, doesn't it, in there?
Yeah, Luke Humphries could leapfrog Mervyn King into 18th as well. If Damon Heta goes back-to-back, he goes to 20th in the world.
Yeah, as you get further down, there's a lot more potential for big movements because the numbers are so close together. But also, I suppose we would accept that people are far less likely to run ahead. Now, I suppose today the biggest mover so far is Josh Rock, who, as we talk right now, has gone up 26 places on the Pro Tour Order of Merit. If he can get himself through another match, he will make a significant rise today up those rankings.
Yeah, a couple of wins for Gordon Mathers as well. Could potentially pop him up a couple of places. Someone asked about Cameron Menzies. He's into the last 32 as well. Jim Williams up to 94th. What else have we got in and around this area? I love the fact that Sebastian Bilowetsky is 81 and he doesn't even have a tour card. Big fan of that. Cameron Menzies, again, first year on tour. He can pop himself up a couple of places. Keeps going. John O'Shea, although he's out, he's moved up a place. He's now 102.
There's real opportunities, isn't there? Some of those new tour card holders that have only had a tour card for 3 months now to build themselves in these Pro Tour events a really stable base that can really start to progress them up there, so that to take the pressure off. Like, we've seen some terrifying statistics this year of how much people are defending. And there's some people defending some vast sums of money. But it's really important for those new tour card holders, isn't it, to build a stable base and put themselves, or give themselves the best chance as the cycle goes on. Yeah,
I love Big Johnny's comment. Danny Noppert must have found a field full of 4-leaf clovers. Either that or every rabbit within 10 miles of his house is missing a foot.
Some would just suggest, Johnny, that he's really good at darts, but I'll go with you. I'm happy to listen to all theories on it. Like, it's
Michael Van Gerwen breathes a sigh of relief. He will not be world number 5 at the end of the day because the machine has been switched off by Jason Lowe.
Yeah, it just didn't seem to click for him there, did it? Averaging, what was it averaging there, James Wade? Where's that average?
Tell what, Luke Humphries is in a world of trouble on our feature game. Martin Shindiggity, 4-0 up, averaging nearly 97.
That's me.
So a couple of good stream games coming up. Stream board 1 will be Damon Heta against Callum Ridd. Stream board 2 just getting underway. Johnny Clayton against Kim Hybrax. Love that one.
Yeah, we've got...
Lisa. Go on, mate.
We've got a raft of Welsh players all kicking about at the same time at the minute. Louis Williams, Jim Williams, Johnny Clayton, the Welsh are on the move today. They are. We've got 50% of our current games at the minute ongoing. Have got one of our Welsh tour card holders in them, so one of them will be looking to really kick on today.
Yes. Lee says, do you know if Ross Montgomery has given up his job to concentrate on the tour? I don't know, if I'm being honest. Not sure.
No, it's a big decision for anybody, isn't it? And I think that I don't think it would be unfair to say that Ross's tour card win came as a surprise to quite a lot of people. It's probably not something he'd really thought about up until the day he won his card. The tour card did come as a bit of a surprise to probably him and everyone. I mean, I'm sure he went with the confidence to know he could. I don't know if it's something that anyone would look at switching off overnight and think, I'm just going to run straight at this and have a go. I'm not sure, but I'd be surprised to hear that it was just a sort of like quick tour card gone out, job's gone. I think it'll probably be a bit more complicated than that, I would have thought.
Yeah.
And a couple of those Welsh players just starting to slip a little here. Louis Williams, who was 4-2 up on Martin Tyne Clearmaker, has been pegged back to 4-all. And Andrew Gilding has gone 3-2 ahead against Jim Williams. So a couple of those guys we were just discussing there, just up against it. Gilding has gone ahead with a break. And then in this leg, Jim Williams has opened his first 2 visits. He's found a 59 and a 60. So Andrew Gilding certainly looking the favourite in the sort of midway point through the game here. Their countryman, on the other hand, Johnny Clayton, has broken Kim Hybrex to go 2-0 up, averaging just under 104. So Johnny Clayton is looking really, really good in that match there. He's looking like he's going to quickly dispatch Kim Hybrex through to the next round.
The ferret is starting to ferret after a couple of inconsistent weeks, shall we say.
Yeah, he just hasn't. I think we sort of got used to, I think, just Johnny Clayton turning up at any event that involves a dartboard and just being exceptional. And he just seemed to do it with a real level of consistency. And I think it shows a lot about where his game reached and where his level is at. That, if he plays a couple of Pro Tours and doesn't make the last day, it's really surprising. It's like news. It's news we would talk about. And I suppose that really says a lot for how far his game's come and the level at which he is at. But a couple of years ago, scratching our heads thinking, how's Johnny not hit the top 8 for two Pro Tours in a row? It's weird, isn't it? Really come far.
Yeah. Loving that from Big Johnny as well. Gurney's WWE finisher, Super Chin Music. Oh, big fan.
Super Chin Music. Oh, I'm having that. That's absolutely lovely stuff, that. Super Chin Music.
I'm not going to lie. I'm buzzing for WrestleMania. I don't even hide the fact that I still love it.
Yeah, see, I'm struggling to get excited about some of this year. I don't think there's not a huge amount on the card that's got me particularly excited. But I do think as a spectacle, it's always ridiculous, and it's always amazing. Like, even when they did it with no crowd, it was good fun. It's like it's quality entertainment, isn't it?
To go to WrestleMania is on my bucket list. Again, I'm going to show my age now. I was lucky enough to go to SummerSlam 92 at the old Wembley Stadium, which was mint.
Bret Hart and Davey Boy Smith. That was See, I'm old enough to have said I wasn't there, but I'm certainly well aware of that event. I think I had that on. Well, I know I had it on VHS. I think it's in the loft somewhere. I was lucky enough to go to that. But WrestleMania is on my bucket list. So just switching back over and going to board 1, we've got a noble leg there. Louis Williams has been pegged back again. Martin Clearmaker has managed to get himself really back into this match. It's 5-all. Louis Williams has got the darts, but can only find a 55 to open up. So from looking very comfortable, Louis Williams is looking right up against it here, and he's going to have to really dig in to hold off this surge from Martin Clearmaker, who's definitely looks to be coming for him here.
Yeah. If Shindiggity takes this out to get rid of Luke Humphreys, what game do we want as the feature one? Choice of 2. Do we want the Northern Ireland Derby between Brendan Dolan and Josh Rock, or what could be fireworks or complete and utter rubbish from Jose and Cameron Menzies? It'll be one or the other.
Oh, I think we leave that up. I know where I'm leaning on that one. I'm leaning towards board 9, but I think we put that into the chat room and let some folks weigh in on what they think is the best one to watch.
First one to reach 3 in the chat room. Are we going board 9 or board 2 for the feature game? Big Johnny went. I went to WrestleMania 32. Never again. Oh God, that's on my bucket list. I'm not. So we'll go for the feature game. It'll either be board 9 or board 2.
Whoa. Wow, Martin Clearmaker. He's come through that noble leg. Louis Williams was going down to 52. Looked for all the world like he was going to be the favourite in that leg. Clearmaker has took out 107 to nick that noble leg against the darts. And Clearmaker puts Louis Williams out in that round and wins 6-5. Really good result that, because he's come back from 4-2 down and he's played a really good game there.
Unanimous. The first 3 were all the same.
Oh, I'm glad they've gone with me there. I thought, you watch, it could be complete trash pretending that game now. But I do think that there could be something special there. There could be something worth watching.
Sulovic is over the line. He defeats Gordon Mathers 6-4.
Another player, Mensah, who we talked earlier about people's sort of peaks and troughs, and their peaks becoming further and further apart. Little bit like Simon Whitlock, and Mensah, I think, is another player where, you know, if that's a very different player with a very different game. You know, he has the potential in there to be, you know, if he could find consistency, he's a really solid, you know, top 16 player with the game, with his game. But he's just finding that in those peaks and troughs, the peaks are coming much further apart, and he can't seem to pick up any momentum. I suppose is what I'm noticing at the moment.
Yeah.
He can't seem to string them together.
In the chat room, Dan says, looks like Hurricane is throwing new barrels. I'm just going to try and grab a look.
Let's have a quick look. He's just coming to the hockey here on my screen.
They might just be, without looking at them properly, it certainly looks red, where his other ones were purple. So it might just be a different colouring to them. But
yeah, they don't look wildly different in shape, you know, like in terms of what the barrels are. But they are definitely red, aren't they? They're
where his other ones were purple, because they were very much similar to the Peter Wright Mambas.
Yeah, I've just had a look. I've just found them in a shop online. I won't say which one. Right, those red ones are available. Johnny Clayton's absolutely flying, by the way, averaging over 104, 5-1 up. So if they are new darts, Kim Hybricks isn't managing to get the most out of them at the moment. But Johnny Clayton just absolutely flying. Rob Cross. I tell you what, there is a man in Mario van Burgaard who has put some outrageous performances in already today. I mean, I can't remember what his average was in the last game I've looked, but I remember it was superb. He's averaging 105 here, 3-0 up against Rob Cross. What a day he's having.
Yeah.
Pushed Mervyn King to one side, and he's looking very, very heavy favourite here against Rob Cross. Really, really good performance there. Jim Williams is managing to keep Andrew Gilding again at bay. This has gone backwards and forwards and swung both sides here. Jim Williams has just put a few legs together. Andrew Gilding's throwing with the darts here to try and force a noble leg. Jim Williams looks to have nicked the initiative here with a 140 followed in by a ton. Someone's putting that Elvis in the chat. Willie O'Connor has bust 118. That takes some doing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's a cracker as well. Board 3. Damon Hetta against Callan Ridge. That is a proper game, that. That's a game that should have been streamed.
It is. It's on stream board 1.
It is being streamed. It's on stream board 1. Hey,
The Ferret on stream board 2 does get the job done, and he blows away the Hurricane, averaging 104 and change. The Ferret is on the move.
Gilding finds a 180 at the absolute perfect time there. Again, Jim Williams, like I said, looking very much the favourite there to break and take the match. Gilding has found a 180 at the absolutely perfect time to then come back and clear 47 to level the game up 5. So we have another noble. We've got an awful lot of noble legs in the last 20 minutes or so. We've got another noble leg here. Jim Williams goes first with the darts in hand, finds a 1-2-1. He's found a couple of troubles and slipped out to the right there. But Andrew Gilding can only find a 43 with his first visit. So Jim Williams very, very much looking like the favourite to come through this one. Gilding really up against it in this noble leg.
Yeah. Adrian Lewis back on against Gert Nenches. Takes the opener. Jose. Go on, mate.
Rob Cross is averaging 102 and 4-0 down. Like that can't happen very often, can it? There's someone averaging 102 and hasn't managed to find a leg. Van Beauregard's got his average up to, he's over 111 now, 4-0 up. He's absolutely flying.
I'm just looking. I thought so. You say lightning can't strike twice. In the quarterfinals yesterday, Rob Cross lost to Gary Anderson. Rob Cross averaged 104.56. Gary Anderson averaged 113.45.
Yeah, honestly, like sometimes some days you're the pigeon, some days you're the statue, aren't you? I think this weekend Rob Cross has had it off. Like he's just not finding. He's not finding. Look, I say he's playing with everything he's got. He's averaging well over a ton, and just getting himself served up. Like he's poor lad, poor Bobby. Jim Williams needs
like the Christmas turkey.
He is. Jim Williams needs 80 for the match. This is a really high standard. This noble leg here. He takes the 80 out. Jim Williams there goes 1-2-1, ton, 80. Like Andrew Gilding again. Just rattled in 140, 134, really put the pressure on him. That last leg there was the best leg of the match. Jim Williams manages to come through it, but what a really, really good game there. A hell of a game from both players. But Jim Williams moves on.
Doing bits is the quiff.
Yeah, and again, he's another player, Phil, that... You know, he's got some really good potential, and I know he's been he's sort of been on the edge of having a tour card for a few years now. You know, he had a couple of visits to Q School, and obviously he's managed to come in through the tour. And he's a player, isn't he, that looks like he could really solidify himself as a mainstay, you know, of getting hold of that tour card and just keeping hold of it for as long as he wants to, really, couldn't he?
I was about to say, I think he'll keep it, but I worry. I think he's flaky under pressure in big games. I'm not sure we'll see the best of him in TV games and things like that. Look, he'll do more than enough to get in the top 64 and keep his card and everything like that. But I just worry about him in the biggest games. If he gets on those TV stages and things like that, I'm not convinced yet.
No, I think that's a very fair assessment. I think that's, you know, and that I suppose that you look at how he got his card and the previous attempts to, you know, to have his card, you know, to get a card, and he has struggled on, you know, Q School under pressure, big games when it's important, when he has to win. That, you know, that hasn't always worked out how he wanted it to. But yeah, certainly these Pro Tour events, you can just see him building up a really solid base for himself and moving on. Yeah, so we had three Welsh players playing at once there, two of them through, so two Welshmen down to the last 16.
Josh Rock averaging 107 and change, and he's 5-2 up.
Oh, the bagel has been served. I think we sort of, it looked like it was getting served at 3-0 up, but, like, you know, Rob Cross just hasn't been able to get anywhere near just the level that Van Bonengaard has played in that match. He's playing absolutely fantastic today. And
also, go on, Dan.
We'll go on. Well, I was only going to say that he's meeting Gabe Clemens in the next round, who has, in all honesty, sort of grinded through playing some very average stuff today. He could go really deep here, Van Bonengaard.
Also, the Dutch boys are serving up a classic on board 12. Noppy 3-2 in front against Dirk van Dijvenbode, 107, 105 averages respectively. Josh Rock completes the demolition job of Brendan Dolan in the Northern Ireland battle. 109 average from Rock. Mike, with all due respect, a round 2 game at the Worlds isn't a big game. It's an important game, but it's not a clutch game, is what I'm getting at. In those big games at Q School, when you have to win to get your card, and I don't think he played particularly well in the BDO final against Wayne Warren either, in a big game where I think he was favourite for that. I just don't think in those big games it comes together. But Menzies is one away.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's proving to be as exciting as we thought it would be. That game on board 3 that's streaming at the minute, Callan Ridge has managed to get himself 4-3 up on Damon Header, both averaging in the 90s. And now Ridge has got himself down to 40 with Header back on 207. So Callan Ridge is going to get 3 darts at double tops here to go 5-3 up, and he only needs 1 to do it. So Damon Header is 5-3 down. He's got the darts, but he's going to have to win 3 on the spin here in order to stay in this match.
Ryan, oh yeah, of course. Look, he's still young and he can improve that 100%. Just to say, just right now, I don't think it's there. And the only way you get that is by winning these games. So he has to turn those nearlies into wins. Michael Smith has blown Laban away. Bully boy etching towards that world number 3 spot again.
Yeah, it's looking very likely now, isn't it? That is, mind you. Let me just have a quick look. Am I right in thinking that he is about to meet Johnny Clayton in the next round?
Who's that?
Michael Smith, board 7 and board 8. I think it is. That's a big game.
It is Michael Smith against Johnny Clayton.
Big game. And again, we talked earlier. Johnny Clayton is the other top 10 player that can make a move up in the rankings today. So that is a big match. If Michael Smith wins, that's his 3rd place ranking. But Johnny Clayton, again, a man with something to play for here. That's going to be
on stream board 1. If Damon Hetto wants to go back to back, this is a must-win leg. He's going to have to break the Callum Rid's throw. Otherwise, the dream of going back to back is over.
Rids has opened with a 1-2-5 as well. So if Hetter's going to do it, Hetter can only find a ton. He is quickly running out of time. Callum Rids, again with that 1-2-5 opener, just keeps Hetter at arm's length, follows it up with a ton. So Damon Hetter is going to have to throw a match here. He's going to have to throw a match to get some pressure on Rids in this leg. Cameron Menzies not quite over the line yet, Phil.
Jose.
Oh, Menzies, 32 needed for the match. One dart, does it straight away. Cameron Menzies moves through 6-4 over Jose de Souza, who did not take the chances that were gift-wrapped and presented to him there in that last leg. And Menzies moves through to the next round. Damon Hetter needs the big fish. We've seen one today earlier on to win a match from Matt Edgar. The 170, come on, Damon Hetter can't come close. He can only throw a 58. Callum Ridge needs double 4. He's got 3 darts to get rid of 8 points in order to move through the next round and spoil those hopes of Damon Hetter fans all around the world of him going back to back.
We're going to come to
the end of this one with his first dart.
And to be fair, Jose deserves to lose that game for switching to the 19s to leave a bogey. The fact he switched to leave it as well is even worse. If you just carry on throwing straight, right, I can not live with it. You may not have looked, you just tried. But to switch and do it, it's just like, oh my days.
Yeah, we do. We regularly see people. Darts is an awful lot of repetitive action, isn't it? And we do regularly see people making errors like that by just rattling 3 into the same number. And they don't take the time to stop and have a think. Yeah, but to make a decision to switch to another part of the board, that's just a cock up. It's just completely getting your wires crossed. And again, like in that leg there, just before that, Menzies has chucked a 59. Like he's given him that he's given him an opportunity to get into that leg, and he's just thrown it away. Literally thrown it away.
Yeah. Great game here between Daryl Gurney and Scott Williams. Noppy and Dirtbag Diamondboner, both averaging 110.
What a match, isn't it?
Unbelievable. Harry says, who's on the live league Thursday and Friday? So I'll run you through the whole week. Group A will be Jesus Nogueira Lee Cox, Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, Mike Warburton, Robert Owen. Then coming into Friday or Thursday and Friday nights will be Lee Evans, a debut for Steve Brown, Mike Gillett. Group C, Dave Pallett, Andy Jenkins, and Johnny Haynes.
That's a good lineup, isn't it?
Then the week after, we have got 2 debuts, an international superstar, and a former world master. Then week 4, another international star. Another debut, another 2 debuts, 3 debuts.
Goodness me.
To be fair, the Dirk Danny Knopper game deserved a deciding leg just because of the sheer performances.
Yeah, you're right. You are very right. So, to what's interesting, because in the next round, in that round of 16, because Michael Smith and Johnny Clayton are playing each other, no matter what happens, we can only have one of the top 10 in the last 8 today. Talking about, if you think about a wide open tournament, when we get to the last 8, we are only going to have one of the top 10 in there. So I suppose the question is, does whichever that person is just steamroll everybody else, push them aside, and walk to a very comfortable victory today? Or do we get someone from completely outside of the view today? It could be really interesting next couple of hours, couldn't it?
Yeah. Johnny still coming up with the finishings. We've got Ron Swanton Bomb Moolenkamp. Big fan.
Brilliant. Loving this.
Dirk Van Diving Headbutt Bode.
That's brilliant. I love that. Oh, that's very good. Oh, Danny Knopper. Missed match darts there. He's missed double tops. He's going to get another go because so has Van Duijvenbode. They have both missed darts at double tops for the match. Danny Knopper now will have 3 darts at 40 to get rid of 40 points. And he can't do that either. He leaves 20. So Van Duijvenbode again. So these guys are just swapping over. Chances at doubles, 3. Both missed multiple darts at double for the match here. Can the Ober Genius take out 20? He busts 20. Goodness me. So after finding that 120, getting right on to the heels of Danny Knopper and really putting the pressure on, Van Duijvenbode has missed multiple darts at double for the match here. Danny Knopper, who has also missed plenty of darts at double in this final deciding noble leg. What can he do with the 20 points he's got left? It's taking a while. Oh, and he takes all 3 darts to do it. But Danny Knopper does win. He goes through 6-5 over Dirk Van Duijvenbode. And that was an absolutely superb match. The averages were through the roof. Both players played very, very well. And both had multiple chances there to seal the deal. And Danny Knopper gets over the line. Ian White, 5-3 up on Ryan Meikle in what looks, in terms of averages, to be a slightly underwhelming affair over on board 10. But Ian White definitely doing enough, it looks. And as Meikle just takes a leg back off him, and that pulls it back to 5-4. But Ian White now has darts in hand, opens with a 1-2-1. So again, Meikle is he's really up against it in this leg, against the darts, and some way back already. He's going to have to find some trebles very early in this leg to make this competitive.
Scott Williams defeats Daryl Gurney. Again, Gurney's averaged 97. Nothing wrong with that, but Williams 105.
Oh, that's a great performance, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, some really interesting names still left in this tournament as the last 16, and there's a few of these lads around as well.
Yeah. Yeah, playing some absolute sensational stuff.
Oh, Mikkel finds a 180 after a 121. After opening with a 60, this could go right to the wire. This like Mikkel is going to get a go at 140 to try and force a noble leg to try and break the throat of Ian White. Ian White is on 101, so if Mikkel doesn't take this 140 out, Ian White he takes a ton. So the pressure is on Ian White here. Ian White's got 101 to get rid of. And if he doesn't take it out, Ryan Mikkel's going to come back for 40. Try and force a noble leg where Mikkel would have... Oh, Ian White takes out 101. Lovely stuff there from Diamond White. Takes him, of course, through to the next round. 6-4 win there for Ian White. Again, nothing stupendous, nothing outrageous in terms of averages and performance, but certainly doing enough to plod through the rounds here.
Absolutely. But the game up on the screen, Joe Cullen, he always picks up a title at some point. Picked up back-to-back not yesterday, but the last block we had the last weekend. Cullen went back-to-back. Oh, that's brilliant from Sulovic. That's what you call applying pressure.
Yeah, again, that's a perfect time for a max, isn't it? And he's given himself a real good chance there, Sulovic, because he's found that 180. Which means he's now getting to come back to the board looking for 888. And if he finds it, he's going to nick a leg here against the darts. He does, takes him 2 darts to do it. But Mensah Sulovic now 4-3 ahead with a break of throw, with the darts in hand. And you'd probably have to make him the favourite here. After looking, again, beginning parts of that leg that Cullen was just going to sort of knock this about and blast through him. Sulovic has really made a game of this. But then, I mentioned it, peaks and troughs again, opens with a 40. Not a good enough start in a leg.
You can't break and then hand it straight back.
That's it. All the work, all that good work, and all that perfectly timed max, everything else in there is immediately undone by starting off his own leg with a 40. That is not what he will have wanted to do there. And Joe Cullen will maybe just take some encouragement from that.
Cheers, Craig. Thank you very much, mate. Rock bottom, Peter Hudson.
These can come all day long. This is great.
Two stream boards up next. On stream board number 1, it will be the heavyweight clash between Bully Boy Michael Smith and the Ferret Johnny Clayton. And on stream board 2, it will be Super Mario against Gabriel Clemens.
Some good games and really interesting matches left. I think that's a cracker. Like, Smith and Clayton that is, that's a game worthy of a final. On a pro. That it's it's worthy of it's worthy of a final for any tournament, never mind a Pro Tour at Smith against Clayton. But just by look there, we've got that clash much earlier in the day than we might have thought we would. Really, really interesting draw today. Pressure on Suljevic here.
I'm all right, Daniel. That's what caffeine does, gets you through.
So Suljevic, I said the pressure on him there in 51, sat on 52. Mencha has took it out, so he's managed to find a way through that game. He's re-established that gap, 5-3 ahead. So regardless of whether or not he breaks Cullen here or not, Mencha Suljevic is going to get a leg to throw for the match. And Suljevic finds another max there, opens against the darts with a 180. Cullen comes back for 86. Suljevic could really twist the screw here and he could really kick on ahead. Oh, Mencha. Again, finding the 180 and then comes and chucks a 59. Like it's not too much up and down, I think. Too many peaks and troughs.
Yeah.
But 167. 99, 68. So Joe Cullen to try and fight this off, takes it out. So he gets that back to 5-4. But Mencha now, as we said, has got the darts in hand and is going to throw for the match here in this 10th leg. Just getting underway in a couple of these last 16 matches. Clea Macker against Josh Rock is underway, as are Callan Ridge and Martin Schindler as well. Oh, car crash like this. 59 and a 55. Dreadful.
Oh. Super Mario and German giant Gabriel Clements. We have pictures on the stream.
Oh, Joe Cullen, where have you gone? What's going on? Mencha's finding the right moment here. I think we get two treble-less visits from Joe Cullen. Suljevic managed to pop 140, 140. He's got 162 with Cullen back on 293.
Gabriel Clements throwing with a new dart. Again, if any of our German friends in the chat room that follow Clemens, that grip looks new on the Gabriel Clemens dart for me.
Let's have a look. Oh yeah, that's definitely different, isn't it?
Yeah. That's
a
lot
they
grippier.
are. Yeah, it looks like he's sort of kept the shape, but completely had the grip reworked.
Yeah, the shape at the front end of the dart looks the same because it was quite distinctive, but that grip certainly is new.
Yeah, because it mind you, and I'm not sure as well. It tapers. It does taper out at the front of the dart, and I think the taper's a bit more severe. It's not as long as the last taper was. It's really, do you know what? I do absolutely love Super Mario's action. I don't think it's good. I just love to watch it. It looks amazing. It's a really nice action to watch. I don't think it's perfect for playing darts with, but it's brilliant to watch. It's lovely. That could be
looks like it's a new target dart from him. I want to get a close up when he's going for a double. Oh yes. They don't look as a such. Wait, I need to get a picture up of his target dart now.
Underway now in that. Got to be the clash of this round there with Clayton and Smith, hasn't it? That's we could have absolute fireworks there. Smith has managed to take. He's managed to take the first leg there, a hold of throw.
Right, I've got a picture of the Clemens dart up on my screen. Now I just need him to go throw for a double again, but straight away the grip at the back end is 100% different. No question.
Yeah.
The grip at the front is also different. I just want to see the taper towards the point on the new ones.
So whilst we're looking at his darts in great detail, I suppose we've slightly detracted from the fact that Gabriel Clemens is averaging 100 or over 111 and is 2-0 up. He finds an early break of throw and he certainly looks as if these new darts are flying well for him because he is 2-0 up here, looking very, very comfortable. That could be a very tight game as well. Over on board to Callan Ridge and Martin Schindler. Schindler is 2-1 up at the minute. They have, everyone has held. Oh, Schindler has nicked one there. Callan Ridge has missed a dart at double top to hold. Martin Schindler has immediately capitalised, coming back and breaking to go 3-1 up. So really quickly that game has spun and swung well over to Martin Schindler. 3-1 up, the German. The Germans are on the march today. Clemens and Schindler both getting early breaks in their games. On separate sides of the draw, could we have an all-German final, Phil?
We could.
First one ever.
He's been playing well.
Yeah, he's looking. I mean, just on a 60 man, but he's looking good here. As I say, he's got that break, and Callan looks to be playing all right, but not at a level or not high enough to his A game that it's really going to put some pressure on that gap that's opened up. The Williams derby over on board 3 is off and running. Both Williamses managing to grab a leg, and that is 1-1 in the early stages there. I think we could be in for some very tight games. I think we might get a few noble leg hooks here in this set of matches.
Very finely balanced.
Yeah, absolutely 100%. Like there's some very, very sort of, it could go either way ties here in this round. Speaking of a tie or a match that certainly doesn't look like it could go either way, is Gabe Clemens with his new darts, 3-0 up, averaging 113 now. He is absolutely flying. And the new darts definitely seem to be flying very, very nicely for him.
100%.
Michael Smith holds again, 2-1. It took him 3 darts in double 16 there, but he gets there in the end to go 2-1 ahead.
Who won, Williams or Gilding? Williams.
Six-5. No, went to a noble leg. He won the decider.
Yeah. It was close.
Oh, Callan Ridge now, after a 1-7-1. Oh, he's missed. Callan Ridge has missed a dance at double there to break back. Oh, sorry, and to level. He's broken back to level the game up. Schindler now can't take 97 out, leads 40. So Callan Ridge is going to come back. He's got 3 darts to get rid of 10 points in order to. Oh, he's missed all 3 of them outside. Martin Schindler is going to get 3 darts at double tops to break again. And he only needs 1 dart to do it. First one straight into double tops. Martin Schindler re-establishes that break of throw, puts some distance there between himself and Callan Ridge and moves up to 4-2. But Ridge did miss 4, maybe 5 darts at double there in order to level the game up.
Yeah, Clemens is using new darts. Ian Diamond Cutter White, bang! Bit of Diamond Dallas Page going on.
Big Johnny is having a very, very productive afternoon, and I am absolutely here for it all day long. This is, yeah, excellent, excellent work.
I tell Clemens is flying at the moment.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? That could be a good clash as well. Just getting underway now in the first leg on board 6. Adrian Lewis against Danny Knopper. That, again, both, Phil, with the potential to go right through to the end here today. Both these guys, on the day when they find the right form, can go deep in any of these games. And we look to be off to a flyer. Adrian takes the first leg. Danny Knopper has just chucked a 140. Lewis replies with a 139. This could be another absolute fireworks match, this, couldn't it?
Yeah, completely. Jim Williams, Scott Williams locked at 2 apiece. Also, on the stream game, it's on throw as we speak. Michael Smith, 3-2 up on Johnny Clayton.
Oh, this is a. Tell you what, these are not messing about. These two. Danny Knopper 140, 180 a ton. Eddie Lewis 139, 140. They are really, really chucking some big stuff in this leg. These two guys. Clemens now 5-0 up, and it is looking very, very much done and dusted over there. He is going to take a miracle or more than one, I think, Super Mario, to keep himself in with a chance in this game. It just looks like a complete rout from Gabe Clemens. He's absolutely smashing him all over the board. Oh, we have a break in the Williams derby. Jim Williams.
Jim Williams. Averaging 104.
Yeah. He is, but again, we talked earlier about these breaks that don't then count for anything because he's broken the throw. He's gone 3-2 ahead, and then when he's got the darts on there, he opens with a 60. So could he be just handing the initiative straight back to Scott Williams? Finds a ton, so he's just keeping himself ahead at the minute. But yeah, that's looking like a really, really good clash.
Big moments between Michael Smith and Johnny Clayton. Johnny Clayton has missed multiple darts to hold. Punished. Daylight. Smith in control. This Johnny Clayton, they just had a chuckle to each other that they can't hit. Johnny Clayton, obviously, because we know the score, he's missed at least 3 visits to the board to seal the leg.
Goodness me.
Not darts, visits.
Crikey. Clemens absolutely there, just brushed aside Super Mario. 6-0, averaging 101, looking absolutely superb there. Now, just a moment ago, we're talking about how Schindler was playing really good stuff and had put some distance between himself and Callan Ridge when he was 4-2 ahead. That is no longer the case. Callan Ridge has won a few. Oh, dear me. Callan Ridge looks like he's thrown 7 perfect darts there. He's gone 180. 180. He's had a stab at the... Wow! That's completely bonkers. Callan Ridge has managed to get himself down to 32 after 9 darts, and Martin Schindler has won that leg. That's incredible. That's absolutely... I couldn't see as I was looking on the left-hand side of the screen. Then I saw 180, and I couldn't see. I didn't have a chance to see what Clearmaker has done. But for Callan to get down that far, he threw 180, 105, and then how on earth is he come? That's remarkable. But again, that looked like there. Callan Ridge had 40 back to 4-all, then gone back-to-back 180s, and it looked like the game was going to completely swing over to Callan Ridge. Now, again, just on that quick bit of Martin Schindler coming back and capitalising, what's actually happened is Martin Schindler has grabbed that leg, 5-4. He's come into this leg, and Martin Schindler has kicked off 140, 140, 134. And Callan Ridge has 2 treble-less visits. So Martin Schindler now comes to the hockey needing 86 for the match. Ridge on 161. Schindler is going to get 3 darts to get rid of 86. He leaves 34. So Callan Ridge, from looking like he was going to kick on ahead there and on the edge of a 9-darter, Ridge throws a 137. So Schindler, 3 darts to get rid of 34 for the match. Really back and forth this. Absolutely incredibly tight. Schindler can't get rid of it. Schindler leaves 14. So Callan Ridge needs 24. He's going to come for double 12 to level this game up and force a noble leg. And he does. So he will probably feel like he has got the chance he just missed out on there. So we do move to a noble leg in this match. It's 5-all. Martin Schindler will have the darts. He'll be on throw first in this deciding leg. Really.
On the stream board, Michael Smith has beaten Johnny Clayton 6-2. It wasn't a classic, but Bully Boy moves into the last 8. Also, Josh Rock a 6-3 victory over Martijn Kleermaker. There was a big fish in there as well. It wasn't the eye-catching averages that we've seen from Rock, but into the last 8. And I know if God was here right now, he'd be going in on one. And I'm tending to agree with them as well. Josh Rock getting to the last 8. And this isn't a reflection on Josh Rock, by the way. This is the system, not Josh. Josh Rock getting to the last 8 of a Pro Tour, and the development tour argument comes up. It's going to.
Of course it is. Yeah.
And again, this is more proof that if you're on the Pro Tour, for me, you should be on the development tour.
No, I agree. I think what you've got to look at is the reasons why the Dev Tour exists and why we have it and what it's for. And then you just have to sort of think, well, you're detracting away from that. Schindler has missed match starts. He's gone 140, 180, 134. Ooh, he needs 8. He's got 3 darts to take out double 4 Martin Schindler for the match. Rid's on 61, so there's a bit of pressure there. If Schindler can't get rid of these 8 points in 3, goes first dart goes in double 4, and Martin Schindler goes through 6-5. Really tight game, good game, and both played very well. Both made some silly mistakes as well, but really good game. And we have our second German through to the last 8 today.
Yes.
But no, I think just getting back to what you said there, Phil, I think the players with tour cards playing in the development tour, I don't think is what the development tour is there for. I don't think it's in the spirit of what we hope to achieve through that. I don't get it. But yeah, I don't think I'm very much on that.
No. Well, just look at the outcome here, right? Callum Ridds can't play on the Dev Tour because he's in the top 32 in the world. Yet Josh Rock can because he's not in the top 32. Yet they're both playing in the last 16s of Pro Tours.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And I also think as well is, I don't want to go deep into this one because that's another debate for another time, but when you're on a 2-year cycle as well, it's what you're then saying to somebody is like, you can't play in the Dev Tour because you won a tournament 2 years ago. You can't play in the Dev Tour because you got to the quarterfinal of the match play the year before last or something. So I just think you're in a really strange argument there anyway, in saying that there's a threshold in which if you're above that you are, and if you're below that you're okay. Because all that means is that you could have had a fantastic this year. You're absolutely smashing it. But the year before last you didn't play particularly well. So you're under that threshold. I just don't even think it should be a thing. I think if you've got a Pro Tour, you're a professional. You don't need to be developed. You develop on tour, don't you? That's how you develop as a pro.
Yeah, exactly. You've qualified for the pinnacle. That you've got your tour card. You are part of the elite 128 for that period.
And it doesn't happen, if we're honest. Like, it doesn't and wouldn't happen in other elite sport, would it? You wouldn't get a professional. You wouldn't get a professional sportsman to be allowed. It's the reason that my local rugby team here can't field, one of the Newcastle Falcons on it because he hasn't got a game that week and wants to keep fit, wants to get a bit of practice in. You can't come and play for Billingham Rugby Club, can it? And you wouldn't find that in any other professional sport. So I just think, and sometimes we do a lot, and we talk a lot about how darts needs to maintain itself, as a professional sport and maintain the image of a professional sport. And it's things like that just make you look a bit silly when you're not really doing what every other professional sport in the world is doing.
Yeah. Sam, they still could though. For argument's sake, I don't think any of them are seeded. So if they all lose on the Friday, they could hop on a plane and go and play. It happened a few years ago, pre-COVID. I'm sure Jeffrey Deswan lost on he lost on the Euro Tour and came back and played on the Sunday on the Dev Tour. So, but technically they still could. or if they lost on the Saturday, they could go and play on the Sunday. They can enter and pull out.
Yeah, and I'm not one. I'm very, very rare do I fall down on the side of sort of my opinion that somebody can't play in something. I just think, to give everybody every opportunity to play wherever they want and give them plenty of freedom and let them go and earn some money. And, like the more people that can earn proper money about it, the more people can commit to it, the better. But there are certain things that I just think you have to really be quite professional in the way that you draw your lines around things and what you can and what you interpret as professional, being a tour card holder, what that means. There's a lot attached to that. I think we can't blend it.
Yeah.
Noble leg here as well on, oh my word. So Jim Williams has managed to fight back to 5-all there. So we have got a noble leg. We said that the Williams derby would go all the way, and it has. Scott Williams opens with a 180 in this deciding leg. Jim throws a 140. So proper levels here. We're getting a really good standard of darts from both players.
This leg on the feature game as well. Tell me Adrian Lewis is playing without telling me Adrian Lewis is playing. I'll go first. 58, 140, 121, 38.
Yeah. There's an idea, Phil, for a feature at some point. You can do some sort of quiz with blank scorecards and see if people can work them out. I'm sure we can cook something up with that at some point, can't we? Oh, Jim Williams is going to get a go. Scott Williams has missed a match dart at double top. Looks like he's come inside a double top. He's missed for the match. So Jim Williams, he's gone close. He's on 97 there. He's got himself down to 24. But Scott Williams is going to have 3 darts from 20 points. Can't do it. Oh, Scott Williams can't take 20 out. Leaves himself 10. He's come inside there. Jim Williams has got 3 darts at 24. If Jim Williams can catch double 12 here, he is going to absolutely nick this. And he does. Takes him 3 darts to get rid of 24 points. But Jim Williams is victorious in the Williams derby. And after Scott Williams has missed 4 match darts, in that leg alone, Scott Williams has missed. So Scott Williams very much stumbling at the line, and Jim right there behind him, capitalising on that opportunity. And Jim Williams goes through to the last 8.
Yeah. So Sam, you've said it there. They could play. Okay, they might not be able to play the Friday. So they play in the Euro Tour on the Friday, lose. They could Leverkusen to Manchester is a short flight, so they could easily get back and play on the Saturday and Sunday. So then you go from playing in a Euro Tour event with the creme de la creme, and then go and play against the youngsters, so to speak. It just doesn't sit right. Yeah, Johnny, you've summed it up there, mate. Once you're pro, you're pro.
Yeah. I completely agree. It confuses me why it's in it. Like why anyone would have a different opinion. I think it's pretty cut and dry for me.
Yeah. Someone's asked me my prediction on Matthew says scores prediction on Spurs. Genuinely, it all depends how we defend. If we defend half decent, we should win the game because we will create chances. However, it's Spurs. We'll probably defend like Sunday League teams, and if that's the case, we'll lose.
Well, I've gone this week in a. If anyone plays Fantasy Premier League, you'll know that this week is a shambles because there's loads of teams without a game this week. It's a nightmare to try and. I think I'll still only end up with like 10 players that are going to play, but I've gone triple Tottenham this week, and I've captained Harry Kane. So I could do with a big performance from Spurs today. I've put Lloris in goal, so they're going to have to defend. They hopefully don't let something in. Big week in the Fantasy Premier League this week.
Spurs, look, going forward, we look really, really good now. But defensively, we look at times absolutely horrific.
Oh, that's a good timed max there from Adrian Lewis. Just
also, Cameron Menzies is one away from a place in the quarterfinals. Ricky Evans, there's daylight between him and Mentor Sulovic. Matt says, time for Ricky Evans' first title. Maybe. Look, in terms of consistent star quality, it's probably only Michael Smith left in the field that has winning pedigree of late. Look, Adrian Lewis has pedigree.
Here, it's. I don't know. I mean, again, like we could do 3 hours talking about Michael Smith getting over the line in a final. Like, but I think besides Michael Smith, when you look at who's left here now, it's Michael Smith or any one of the anybody else. I think, isn't it? It really is a bit of an open day today in terms of who will meet Michael Smith potentially in the final.
Yeah, no, I agree. Adrian Lewis is one away. Laura says, then devil's advocate, if you are ranked on the order of merit without a tour card and you are getting call-ups for the Pro Tour, off that, should you be playing on the Challenge Tour? I think that's slightly different, Laura, just in my opinion, because the Challenge Tour is designed to feed the Pro Tour. So that the Challenge Tour is the feeder system for the Pro Tour. Just in my opinion, I think that's slightly different. So that's my one on that. I think the Challenge Tour is different to the Dev Tour in relation to the fact that it's designed to feed the Pro Tour. Because
I agree.
I agree completely. When the call ups come, they're like the fallout. When they call up people, they call them up from the Challenge Tour Order of Merit for a reason, because that's the secondary tour. They don't call them up from the Dev Tour. If they were calling people up from the Dev Tour to the Pro Tour, there may be a different argument. But it's not. The development tour is there to develop players, in my opinion. And I just think that once you have a tour card, you are developed. You are one of the elite 1-2-8 players in the world. Where if you haven't got a card and you're on the Challenge Tour, you're not part of that elite.
Hey, there you are again. Eddie Lewis, 59, 140, 32, 60, 132, 60. Isn't that the same leg we looked at before? It's like,
pretty much. Yeah.
He's done exactly the same thing again. Now he had a go there at 170 for the match. He's chucked a couple of opportunities aside there. Danny Knopper found a good visit to stay in this and potentially force, and he does. He takes that 52 out to force a noble leg. Eddie Lewis has had opportunities here to put this to bed, and he's just took his foot off the gas at the wrong moments. Well, that's a perfectly timed match, Danny Knopper.
I disagree with that. That there's no reason to talk about Smith going to the final. Look, Michael Smith is the star name left in the field. Yeah. He's potentially about to go back to world number 3. He's the 3rd best player in the world. We're not saying the others aren't good, but he's the star player in there.
Yeah, if you could get odds on it now, he's very, 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 very heavily odds on. Without you getting no,
If you're a bookie pricing this up right now, Michael Smith to win today would probably be 1 to 2, maybe somewhere in around the odds on.
Maybe a bit more. Maybe even a bit shorter than that, because just look, and again, it's no disrespect, but looking at the list that's left, like you haven't got into. I know you, and yeah, I accept. You've got former world champions in there, and you've got major winners in there, but in terms of form, speaking of form and recent major winners, Danny Knopper gets over the line there.
It's a great leg as well. Absolute star quality, 180, 121 ton out to beat Adrian Lewis. And it just in terms of consistency, I think the others, they play well in spells, but we'll also see dud ones. Knopper won the UK Open against Smith. He did. However, if that game is run 100 times, I think Michael Smith wins it more 75-25. Just my opinion. In my opinion, Michael Smith is a better player than Danny Knopper, regardless of the UK Open. Same as
got another.
My team, Tottenham, beat Manchester City in a one-off game, but Manchester City are still a far better team than Tottenham.
Cameron Menzies here, throwing for the match, has had visits of 60, 57, 55. He's completely fluffed his lines. He looked like he was absolutely flying in this match. It looked like it was going to be incredibly comfortable. He's missed a dart at the bull, it looks like there, Cameron Menzies. Looks like he's come outside the bull, left himself 25. Ian White has got 3 darts at double 4. He needs all 3, but he does take double 4 out. He takes 8 points out anyway to win 6-5. And Cameron Menzies' very, very impressive run today has come to an end. And Ian Diamond Cutter White books his place in the last 8.
Sulovic, as I say, needed 1-3-3 to save his bacon. Couldn't do it. So Ricky Evans looking at tops. Oh, Ricky.
He's got inside everything there, hasn't he?
He's gone round the houses.
Sulovic finds the
punished.
tops, but it is only a hold. So we're underway now in one of our quarter-final matches. Josh Rock and Martin Schindler are off and running in our first quarter-final of the day. This is quite an interesting match, I think.
Yeah. And we put the final or the conclusion of the Sulovic-Evans game, and it doesn't look as if those mismatched darts are affecting Ricky Evans. Hazel, I don't know the exact reasons. He just didn't want to play and went home, I think.
It's an underwhelming leg, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mention put some pressure on it.
So a ton's not enough. A 2 treble visit or a 3 would have made that interesting, but that's not enough for me. Unless he takes out 158, then it looks genius. But Ricky Evans will be thinking to himself, I'm going to get a go at this 78. I should get at least one more match start, if not 2. unless Sulevic can produce something.
Ooh.
He can't.
No, he's left himself. He's there though, isn't he? He's sat. He's put the pressure on. Oh, Ricky.
Again, he's gone round the houses.
Yeah. And Sulevic capitalises. And
Sulevic has the darts. Ricky Evans has pressed.
Ooh. Yeah, Sulevic has just left himself, leaving that 24 there, he's just left himself handy, hasn't he? And he's just capitalised on the opportunity. Ricky Evans, he keeps coming inside, working his way around these doubles. And Sulevic now left with the darts in hand to chuck for the match when he looked like he didn't have a chance in hell.
Adrian, I'm with Johnny that I don't think that Danny Knopper will be in the Premier League next year for winning the UK Open.
Yeah, I don't think we're spoiling any surprises by saying there's absolutely no chance of that happening. No chance at all.
Danny would need to have won the UK Open, maybe the match play or the world, or win 2 TV titles to perhaps get him in. Again, there's certain players that need to do more than others to get in the Premier League. And just because of Danny's style, I think he's one of them.
Yeah, and I don't think, if we're honest, I don't think Danny Knopper is going to be one of these players that is coming out when he's not picked, saying this is completely outrageous, I should be there. And, I think he gets it. I don't think we're going to get those sort of interviews and news stories coming from Danny when he's not picked, which we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
This is crap, for want of a better word. We've seen some amazing stuff today, but what I would say is we've seen some really underwhelming noble legs where people have stuttered in these 5-all deciding legs today. We've seen quite a few where we've had repeated multiple treble-less visits.
Stuttered. This is when you're coming around the steeplechase and you go into the last water jump on the bend and absolutely fluff it and nose plant into the pool.
Yeah. That 140 from Ricky Evans is very, very important because it's made, as I say, 3 treble-less visits from Sulevic. 3 treble-less visits in a leg, then you've got no right to hold your throw with 3 treble-less visits, and you can't, and you shouldn't be holding that. But again, it's handy. Sulevic has left himself handy in pretty much every leg here. And when Ricky hasn't took the doubles, he's capitalised. He gets there.
Last dart in hand.
Rapid.
To say Ricky Evans fell over the line there, I'm not being unkind.
No, he had a bit. And I think the reason why his average there is 87, that's all missed doubles, really. He played well, but he just couldn't quite. Yeah, he scored very well, but he just couldn't quite. He had a nightmare with his doubles there. And there was a few too many treble-less visits there where he should have had that game wrapped up 5-2, 5-3 at worst. He was very comfortable. And he then just started plummeting and just fell over the line.
Steve, opinions in sport are opinions, mate. I'm never going to fall out with anyone for having a different opinion to me ever. Nothing's ever fact. Sport is all about opinions. So if people have got different opinions, that's perfectly fine. And if everyone thought the same, we'd live in a boring world. But just glad to have you watching us, and thanks for your comments, mate. It's not a problem.
Early break in the match between Josh Rock and Martin Schindler, and Martin Schindler has missed 3-4 darts maybe at going 3-0 up. That could be something that comes back to haunt him because Josh Rock has managed to get a leg on the board, but Martin Schindler has missed at least 4 darts at double there, maybe more, to go 3-0 ahead. And from that point, you've got to expect it's only going one way. But Josh Rock has managed to get a leg on the board, but this is very much still looking to be a Martin Schindler route. So Matt Schindler there's kicked off with a 140, followed by a 180. Josh Rock yet to find a treble, throwing a 57. So Schindler way ahead here.
Actually, really impressed with Martin Schindler over the last 2 years. The fact that he's changed and remodeled his action, because the old one, look, although it worked in spells, it wasn't ideal and for longevity. But the fact that Schindler's gone back to the drawing board, remodeled his action, which is hard to do once you've been doing something for so long, and now we're seeing the results of the effort and hard work put in from Martin Schindler.
And speaking of early breaks, Jim Williams 2-0 up. Breaks early against Michael Smith. But again, Jim, there's a lot of this today. So Jim Williams, I think every time Jim Williams has broken a leg today, he's not found a treble. Like that seems about must be the 5th or 6th time that I've said Jim Williams has broken. Then he's gone immediately got and thrown a 59 or a 60. That bit of consistency there, man. He's found a 180 at the perfect moment, and he's going to get a go at 126 for 3-0. He is going to get a try to go 3-0 up. He's missed the ball. Jim Williams really, really at it today. Michael Smith's going to need to take this 129 out. Leaves tops. Jim Williams wants 25 for 3-0. Whilst Michael Smith is averaging 105. Does it? It takes him 3 darts to do it. But Jim Williams 3-0 up. Michael Smith averaging 108 and 3-0 down. Opens with a max. Has that lit a bit of a fire under Bully Boy?
It's going to need something maybe more than a fire. Maybe a rocket launcher. Because he's going to have to make an assault at some point.
Oh, and that is not the time that Michael Smith wanted to throw 57.
Cuts the 180 in half. That's always the problem. When you're at a maximum, the next visit you have to follow it with at least one treble, otherwise it cuts it in half. But he's been let off because Williams can't find a treble either.
Yeah, definitely looking the favourite in this leg, Michael Smith, isn't he? But it's if he gets this leg on the board, it is just a hold. It's just a hold of throw, and Jim Williams will still have the advantage in this match and still have the initiative. 2 trebleless visits from Williams. It would be a real shame for Jim Williams to start so well.
This is the leg, because although it was 3-0, it was only one break of throw. It wasn't the double break, it was only one break of throw. Oh, and this is the moments that can cost you so dearly, because the 45 is punished.
And that is the thing. I know we've talked a lot about Michael Smith, but it is he's the only top 10 player left in, so we're going to talk about him a lot. But you're not going to get away with those, trebleless visits against Michael Smith. You're going to have to play every game at full pelt for every leg in order to get through that match, because even at 3-0 up, he's incredibly dangerous. Schindler flying up to 4-1 now, really, really playing well today. And I am still holding out a little bit of hope for the first ever all-German final. I think that could be on the cards,
Could be. Shindiggity is 4-1 to the good.
Gabriel Clements has looked really, really good today. And Ricky Evans has looked all right. I think Gabe Clements comes through that next round, and then the all-German final could really be on.
And Bully Boy breaks back. Is it going to be 3 apiece? How costly will that be from Jim Williams? Martin Schindler is 1 away. He is speeding through this game on streamboard 2.
He is, and he's that in that game there, the current leg, Josh Rock with the darts opens with a 43. Schindler replies with a 180. Josh Rock comes back for a 50, another tremendous visit for a 58. So Schindler already nicked the darts in this leg and is rattling through this game.
Very composed from Martin Schindler. Josh Rock has hit the wall. The other 2 last 8 games are warming up. Ricky Evans against Gabriel Clements, Ian White against Danny Knopper.
Oh, Schindler takes
Schindler.
out 91. Flying there. 12 dart break of throw to win 6-1. Very, very comfortable there, Martin Schindler, who has looked great all day, hasn't he?
He has rattled through them. And Michael Smith is level at 3 apiece. The Quiff led 3-0. But Michael Smith has rattled 3 legs in a row. He's still averaging 108. Jim Williams' average has dropped to 91.71. Big moments in this tie.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot lift your foot off the gas, can you, when you're playing a player of the level of Michael Smith and you get a 3-0 lead. You cannot lift your foot off the gas. You cannot let him find a way back into the match.
Just looking at the doubling stats as well. Although Martin Schindler was brilliant, 1 from 11, 9%. That was the undoing of Josh Rock. I'm not saying he wins, but if he can take a couple of them, it's competitive. But this is just what Jim Williams needed. A comfortable leg on throw.
Yeah, he's gonna get a go at it. 110, very doable. He might get a couple of goes at it, depending on what Michael Smith throws here. Well, he is going to get a couple of goes at it. Inconsistent Michael Smith, isn't it?
Yeah. The last thing Jim Williams wants this to be is a monster visit. Not enough.
Yeah, this 52 needs to go, though.
Yeah.
Does it in 2. So.
And it does.
So White and Knopper just getting underway as well, as are Evans and Clemens. So we've already got Schindler booked his place in the semi-finals in the last 4 today. He will play the winner of Jim Williams and Michael Smith. And the other quarter-finalists are all now underway in their matches.
I'll tell you what, the door is open here for Jim Williams.
Definitely is, 100%. Could have done with an extra treble there.
It's open now, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And if Jim can win it, if he can nick another break here, Jim Williams, oh, he's missed the ball, hasn't he? Well, the last time Jim Williams missed the ball for a leg, he came back and cleaned up 25 in 2 darts. Let's see if he can do it again here. Becoming a bit of a habit if he does. Not a bad habit either. He does. 3 darts. Jim Williams re-establishes that break of throw and is now throwing for the match. 5-3 up against Michael Smith. Jim Williams has the darts. Is he going to really put his foot down here? It starts with a ton 40, which is a good. That's what he really needed that to kick off this leg here. Throwing for the match. 2 trebles in his first visit. Smith can only find a ton, so Jim Williams still with the advantage here and looking very good. That's a nightmare visit from Michael Smith.
Yeah, that's effectively, this is now Jim Williams is to blow.
Yeah, because he's going to get at least 6 darts from 161.
Yeah.
And he can set this up. How well he can set it up. And then didn't do a bad job of that. We fancy that 64. How much pressure will be on it?
Only a max is pressure. And it's not even close.
No. 1, 2, 2, Michael Smith. Jim Williams 64 for a spot in the semi-final. Takes it in 3. Jim Williams dispatches Michael Smith. We now don't have any members of the top 10 in the order of merit left in today's tournament. And Jim Williams through to the semi-finals.
I tell you what, with the field that's left, none of them may get a better opportunity to win a ranking event this year. As you say, none of the top 10 are there. You may not get another opportunity to win a ranking event this year.
Yeah, this is in terms of, you know, in terms of the universe holding the door open for you and saying, "Come along, get yourself a title." This is about as wide as it gets, isn't it? In terms of an opportunity.
Yeah. 2 games in play, so I'll get them both up on screen for you. All new winners apart from Knopper and White. Yeah, look, and one of them is going to go. Look, Ian White, in terms of players that have already won one, needs a win. The slide he's had over the last 2 years, granted, not all of his own doing, but he needs to stop that slide.
But yeah, you know, you were saying that in terms of an open route to the final there is, so Gabe Clemens, for example, if Gabe Clemens got to the final, he would have done so without playing anyone in the top 34.
Wow, what a stat that is.
Now, that's why I've been quiet for a couple of minutes while I worked that out. But yes, if Gabriel Clemens gets to the final, he'll have managed to go all the way through a Pro Tour event to the final and not play a single player ranked in the top 32. The highest ranked player he would have played would be William O'Connor, who's 34th in the world. Now, in terms of an open draw, that's about as open as to get to a Pro Tour final without playing any member of the top 34 in the world. That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, that's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
No, I'm just having a quick look. He has, as I say, and there's some of the other guys that are there. Obviously, they've took out, Schindler's had to come through, Luke Humphreys, he's had to come through, Callan Ridge, so they've not all had it as sort of generous as what Gabe Clemens has had. But yeah, Gabe Clemens' route. Now, let me just bear with me a couple of minutes while I have a look through some of this.
Don't know. Good question, Mark. Don't know. Let's try and work it out.
Well, I thought Ian White added a run, but I just read Ian White came through Aspinall, so he's not had a similar run either today. Yeah, I think it's only Gabe Clemens that we could say that for, but a very interesting stat. Mind you, after all that talk of Gabe Clemens getting through to the final with that route, he's behind now. He was 2-0 up, broke early. And now is 3-2 behind. Ricky Evans on the rise in this match.
I think it.
Also, just for clarity,
I think it must
as
be.
far as I can work out.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking of players that won Pro Tours very early in their PDC careers, but not like people like Bunting didn't come through the Challenge Tour and stuff like that. So I think it would be. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anyone quicker.
Yeah, Rapid Ricky is looking at 144 from Ricky Evans against the darts. Breaks. What a 144 is lovely stuff. Ricky Evans wants to spoil the chances of an all-German final and ruin the statistics of someone being able to get to the final of a Pro Tour without playing somebody in the top 32. Ricky Evans is looking to spoil that for everybody by going 4-2 ahead of Gabe Clemens here. So Ian White has had a go at a 9 darter. He's coming back. He's come for 144, and he's gone single 20. Single 21 now. He's come back and he's got 40. So yeah, going for 144 for a 9 darter. Ian White has only managed to get the 40, but that does leave him streets ahead in that leg and 3-2 up on Danny Knopper. So this one looking quite finely balanced at the moment. Knopper starts off his leg with a 95, and this looks like it could be a bit of a slog for both of them. It could be ground out, I think, here.
Yeah. Whilst they're going on, just going to give you a quick update from the seniors. The Open Series event number 2 of the weekend. Semi-finals are underway. Rocky Andy Jenkins in a semi-final. He's 2-1 up on Mike Huntley, and Robert Rickwood is 3 apiece with Paul Rowley at the moment.
Ricky Evans 5-2 up now. He is absolutely flying. Gabe Clemens has dropped his level a little bit. He's averaging 88, which is, I think, the lowest average we've seen from him today. Doesn't quite seem to have been able to find the form in this match that he's found through the rest of the day. But Ricky Evans with a couple of troubleless visits in this leg. So Gabriel Clemens does have the opportunity to make this interesting, but can't quite get ahead here.
Chris says, what a crazy semi-final lineup. Absolutely.
Gabriel Clemens not at the races in this match. Not showing a great deal. I don't know how he's managed to steal that leg, but he's managed to get a hold of throw there. But Ricky Evans now has the darts in hand and is throwing for the match. Kicks off with a 1-3-4. So we are going to have to see massive visits from Gabriel Clemens here. His first couple of visits. 97, you've got to think, isn't going to quite be enough. Might be let off the hook though with Ricky Evans just throwing that 55. Again, just a quick update on the other match we've got ongoing at the moment between Ian White and Danny Knopper. That is very finely balanced. They are 3-all. Danny Knopper has banged in a couple of 140s here to look like he's just going to nick the darts. He's going to be the first one to get a go at it. Danny Knopper is going to get a go at 81. Ian White on 213, so we'll see how much pressure we can put on that 81. If you can find a couple of troubles. So Ian White down to 118, so not huge pressure on this 81 from Danny Knopper, but he's gone 140, 140, 140. Can he take this 81 out for a break of throw at a really good time at 3-all? He does as well. Danny Knopper takes out the 81. Great leg there from the Dutchman. now 4-3 ahead, but with that break of throw and has the darts in hand. So Ian White looking to be really up against it. At the same time, Ricky Evans is coming to the hockey for 76 for the match. Gabe Clemens breathing down his shoulder, waiting on 16. So if Ricky can't take this out, this is a hold for Ricky. If he doesn't take this 76 out, which he does, so there's no point talking about that, Ricky Evans needs 3 darts to get rid of 76 and wins in convincing fashion there, 6-3. Looked more like Gabriel Clemens had fallen off a little bit, the form we'd seen today. Ricky Evans particularly stepping his game up, averaging 89, so not quite as good as we've seen him play earlier in the day. But Ricky Evans books his place in the semi-final. So we've got Jim Williams, Martin Schindler and Ricky Evans as our 3 confirmed semi-finalists. We can now just focus on Ian White and Danny Knopper, one of whom will complete that lineup. Ian White has found a 180, a max against the darts here. So will be and what a time to throw a 150. Ian White, 139, 180, 150 to leave himself 32. Knopper back on 181. So Ian White he's under no pressure at all as Knopper finds only 45 points. Ian White's got 3 darts to get rid of 32. Knopper back on 136. Ian White needs 3 darts to take them out, but levels the game up 4 all. And Ian White now has the darts in hand. Now he's averaging 102, Ian White here to Knopper's 93. He's looking good. Phil, when is the last time Ian White has he won anything? Like it's come a little bit from nowhere today, isn't it?
It's his new darts he's playing with. Giving him a new lease of life.
He's looking. I mean, some of the way, and I'm flicking around to see him on the on the stream board as well here, and the way that he's moving around the board, and he looks very, very comfortable. He looks very comfortable, in fact, and he seems to be throwing very well today.
Yeah.
Again,
also, interesting result for Ricky Evans. Just looking at, he's defending just over 50% of his ranking money this year. But I'm just looking 2 years ago, he got to the match play, got to the Grand Slam of darts, and obviously the World Championships, he's defending 25k. So, again, what a win here would set him up for the year and just take little bits of pressure off, like instantly winning, is it 12k now, covers the match play and a little bit more. Obviously, if he can't get to these tournaments, you have to cover the money somehow. So it would be huge for Ricky Evans in terms of covering his money, at least.
It isn't so early in the year. Like we've seen players sort of crumble under the pressure of defending that, and trying to get their way into tournaments. And the pressure comes on later in the cycle, doesn't it? And later in the year. And it does just allow that those games aren't as pressurized. Yes, you still want to win them, but you're not under the cosh as much as you potentially could be. Danny Knopper is going to come for 100 here. What a leg again, Danny Knopper there. Ton 180. He's took that 100 out again. That's a couple of times he's done that. Slipped a max into a leg and took 100 out. And that was a break of four again for
leaves. Okay, Ian White, just looking what he does. Yeah, leaves 32 as well. So that ton, the pressure was immense.
Yeah, that's it. He's got Ian White sat on 32, and he's come.
Oh, yes, Danny. He goes tops as well.
Yes, very, very nice stuff. We're going to have that Premier League debate again now, aren't we, if he's doing things like that. See how long it takes. So, and then he's opened this leg up with a max Danny Knopper. So he's got the darts in hand here, throwing for the match, and he's kicked off with a 180. So Ian White is going to have to pull up some trees and do something quite remarkable here in order to force a noble leg. Either that, or he's going to have to rely on Danny Knopper missing something, because Danny Knopper's down to 142 after 9. See how close Ian White can get. He's going to have at least a 2 treble visit here to even stay with a sniff of the leg. Finds ton 21.65. Not good enough, I don't think, there from Ian White. Not a lot of pressure at all now on Danny Knopper. He's going to get 6 darts to take out 142. Oh, wow. He's missed double tops. 122. Danny Knopper now down to 20.
Just going to see what the second 120 is before we discuss them. How unlucky can Ian White be? So, both the 122s. Sorry, both the 120s. The first one, he Robin Hooded it on the 3rd dart. The second one was a bounce out.
That is very unlucky, isn't it? And it's done. It's over.
Stick a fork in it. It's done.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. But I suppose both players there look. It's a shame that either one of them had to go there, because they both played some very, very good stuff, and they both played some good stuff under pressure. They both did things at the right time. They found doubles at the right times. They found combination finishes. They slipped in maxes where they really needed one. It was a really good match, that. And Ian White will feel unlucky to have not been able to put that one to bed, because it really could have swung either way, that game.
So your semi-final lineups will be Martin Schindler will play Jim Williams. Danny Noppert will play Ricky Evans. Good luck in the sweepstake if you pick that final 4. If you did, I'd have some lottery numbers.
Yeah, you're cleverer than I am if you managed to pick that at the beginning of the day today. Absolutely.
And just looking at it, I know each game is different, but in terms of averages from those quarterfinals, Ricky Evans is the lowest as well, only an 89. The rest all over 90. Schindler 98, Knopper 96 and a bit. So work to be done, but a good lineup. Chat room, who wins from here then? I don't know. Let's get a little poll going. Give me
That's a good idea. Right, while you do that, I'm going to run and grab a drink, because I'm absolutely gasping for a drink. Give me 1 minute.
Right, I'm just going to get a poll up and running for you beautiful people. There we go. The poll should now be up, giving you the 4 options. Who wins from here? Martin Schindler, Jim Williams, Danny Noppert, or Rapid Ricky Evans? Let us know. Get your votes in now. Also, whilst we've got a little lull in proceedings, massive thank you to everyone who supported the streams over the weekend. As always, give yourselves a huge round of applause. If you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a like. Only 74 likes. You guys can do better than that. And make sure you subscribe as well and turn notifications on. Plenty of content coming up. Got interviews to edit from the weekend. We've got one with Matt Edgar and an extended one with Chris Mason as well. Some really good talking points in them all. So make sure you turn your notifications on so you know what's coming.
There we are.
Sorted?
Yeah, I just need to refill the old orange juice. Right, let's have a look.
Now you're back. I'm going to do something similar. I'm going to go for a quick pee, and I should be back in a second as well. It's like pit stops.
Well, I'm going to have a go on this poll. I just don't know which button I'm going to hit yet. Ooh, it's evenly spread. What's really interesting is obviously there's some people with higher amounts of votes than others, but there's interest for everybody. Like there's nobody there that hasn't got some numbers against their name, which is really, really interesting. Everybody seems very much divided between Danny Knopper and Ricky Evans. That looks to be. But what is interesting, though, is that is one of the semi-finals. So the two that people seem to be most convinced will win today's event can't meet in the final because they're about to play each other in the semi-final. So one of the lesser favoured, Martin Schindler and Jim Williams, will definitely be in the final. I tend to agree, Sam, on Ricky's doubles. He's come inside a lot of numbers today, and he does seem to have had quite a few treble-less visits as well. He's done all right, but I think he's unless he can lift his game from where he's played today. Certainly, the last couple of matches, he's not played outstanding, and in a sort of quite the opposite way. Danny Knopper's had been really consistent. He's played some really, really good stuff today, Danny Knopper, and Ricky Evans is going to have to find a bit of a level of consistency that he hasn't really had through the day so far. Yeah, and again, Sam, I think you are right. Danny has come through some really tough battles. That is a tough route, to be honest, that he's taken here. Danny Knopper hasn't had. We've talked about how open the draw was and how people have not had to play massive superstar players to get through to this stage of the tournament. But Danny Knopper, quite the opposite. Danny Knopper has had a very, very unfavourable draw today.
So I just had to move my camera because I'm going to put the Spurs game on in the background and don't want YouTube to ping me for copyright for having the Spurs game on. There we go. That's better.
Oh, there we go. I just had to have a quick check there of the. I had to check the Spurs lineup to make sure my 3 FPL players were actually on the pitch and started the match and playing. I had a horrible moment of worry that one or more of them might not have made the starting 11, but we're all good.
Who's your third one?
As well, because he's the value choice at the minute is Kulusevski, because he's just far cheaper than other options in midfield. So you can, if you go with him, you can have some other big players in the squad. So, but he's picked up some good points lately. He's been playing well, hasn't
he? Yeah. So interesting. Martin Schindler, the favourite in the poll. Dan.
Yeah, it swung. It seemed to be sort of, for some time, we had Danny Knopper and Ricky Evans way out in front. And then we had a bit of a chat saying, well, not both of them can get to the final. So one of the other two is definitely going to be in the final today, either Schindler or Tim Williams. And from then it seems like Schindler's been getting a few taps and has sort of progressively slid up on that pole, but he has been very consistent today, Martin Schindler. He's played very well, and I would say of the 4 people we've got left, he's been the most consistent in terms of just finding a level earlier in the afternoon and just managing to maintain it. So he has looked very good so far today.
No, I agree, and like I say, the fruit of the labour is coming through that he went back and sorted out the dodgy action. And now it looks rock solid.
Yeah, and he's just getting himself into the position as well where he's another one, quite early in the year, working his way up, consistently moving up the order of merit. And if he can, and as I said, with that change to the action, if he can maintain and pick up some consistency there, then he could really build himself quite a stable base within the top end of that ranking.
Yeah.
So Malachi, yeah, it would be a shock if Ricky won. I suppose in terms of the last 18 months and sort of how he's got on in tournaments, but I don't think it would be a shock in terms of how the day's gone today. I think all of the shocks today have mainly been elsewhere. Ricky, I think most of the matches he's come through, he's looked the better player. Not by loads, but he's sort of done enough. He played well against Jason Law. Even when Menchie went ahead, Ricky Evans looked like he was going to get through. He played well against John O'Shea. It's not surprising today that he's managed to get to this point. Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, if someone had said last week that he's going to have a run to the final, maybe I'd have thought, that's a bit of a strange pick. But in the terms of how things have swung today, he's looked good. Not exceptional, but he's looked good all day. We're just warming up now in that match with Ricky Evans and Danny Knopper. They are just getting started. Obviously, we are lucky enough to now on the stream board be able to flick between both matches because they'll both run at the same time, and we can have a little look at how people have gone about things and the order in which they've taken things out, which is quite fun. But it looking like we're going to be underway very shortly.
Yes. So, moments away. We were saying yesterday, Dan, although there's loads of events, you can just kind of see that little tower in Blackpool now on the horizon as we head towards April. It's being spoken about, and maybe just literally on the horizon, you can see the little tip of Blackpool Tower.
Absolutely. Well, I tell you what, it's been spoken about quite a lot in our house at the minute because in an absolutely outrageous, unfortunate.
Are you doing what I think you're going to do?
Well,
after the problem
I've got, I'll tell you what I've got an issue with is always generally in the way the school holidays fall. Blackpool can be the first week for summer holidays always. And my lad Billy, he's been pecking my head to take him afternoon session all year. I was like, all right, well, that's the plan, no problem at all. And the weeks don't line up, so it's like the week of the match play is the week before the schools break up. So I'm going to have to, for the Sunday afternoon session, I'm going to have to stay in Blackpool on the Saturday with Billy, take it the darts, but then get in the car on the Sunday night, drive back to Teesside because he's got school on Monday morning. The scheduling is an absolute nightmare for me this year. It's a complete.
Can he not just not feel very well on the Monday?
Yeah, I've heard stories of people coming back from Blackpool just with a bit of a dicky belly, not quite feeling great. So it's
well renowned the Blackpool Ips. It's
that's
a well known thing.
He could pick up anything, couldn't he? So we'll wait and see how that looks. We're now warming up in both games and looking to.
You're going to take him to the first Sunday, not the women's match play, the first one.
Yeah, that was because we'll be there the second weekend. But yeah, it's that first weekend. Whereas normally I'd like to stay through that we're not going to be able to. I'm going to leave you just for a moment, Phil, just while I nip off. The youngest of them all's got a perforated eardrum, and I'm just going to go nip and make sure that all this. I can hear that all doesn't sound too well in the next room. I'll be back in a minute.
No worries, mate. Well, Dan does that. I will keep you up to speed as we look at it. And Martin Schindler has started the semi-final as he ended the quarter-final on fire. Jim Williams is going to have to produce somewhere near his best, which he is doing at the moment. He's answering the questions, but Martin Schindler will get first attempt to win the opener. Again, good board management using the bullseye just to level it off. In the other one, Danny Knopper started the stronger in leg one. Remember, the format goes up first to 7 now. Martin Schindler does take the opener. Excuse me. Spurs are 1-0 to the good. So is Schindler and Danny Knopper, 84 points from a break of throw in the opener. So Martin Schindler is going through the gears here. Evans may need to take this 160 to save his own skin. Doesn't go. So Knopper 52 to break the Ricky Evans throw in the opening leg. What a game.
There we are. Order is restored.
Danny Knopper breaks.
Well,
Martin Schindler.
what's going on?
Schindler is on absolute fire.
Let's have a look. Goodness me. What a leg.
Martin Schindler is averaging 120 right now.
He is going to take some beating today because he's been very consistent, but seems to have managed to lift his game even and just keep and keep sort of lifting it as the day's gone on. So he's really, really going to take some stopping today. Knopper's found the perfect time for that max as well, hasn't he? See, he's going to put some real pressure, I think, on Ricky Evans as 1-4-3, and he does. That ton 12 is massive. It puts real pressure on this 1-4-3. Ricky Evans only a 51. She's Danny Knopper has got 49 to go, 2-0 up. And Ricky Evans doesn't look massively comfortable here in this game.
Good from Williams, however. The way he's playing, you used to expect this 87 to go. It doesn't. Big
Jim
moments
Williams
here.
needs this leg. He needs this leg, doesn't he? Because I think the way Schindler's playing, if Schindler gets 3-0 ahead, oh, Jim. It's a real big fluff, that. Because I think Martin Schindler with a head of steam 3-0 up is really, really
big moments as well in the other game. Important. Ricky Evans broke back straight away. They both missed multiple darts to win the leg, but Ricky Evans steps in and re-establishes parity.
Yeah, it got scrappy, that leg, didn't it, towards the end? And Ricky just managed to hang in there. That 89 was a bit sloppy as well, the way that they slipped into the treble 3, but 180, 180.
If you had to rely on one of them, Schindler or Hop, to pin a winning double, who would you go on? Both have been disappointing for me, considering the fact they've overtaken in the last few years. Right now, and considering the work he's put in, Lee, that 2 years ago I wouldn't have asked for either of them. But Martin, like I said earlier, Martin Schindler has gone away, realised that there was a problem with his action, addressed it, and since then I think he has been absolutely superb. So Schindler all day long for me. I think the throw now looks really, really good. It's solid. And from where it was, Martin Schindler all day for me.
Yeah, I agree. I think, well, that's good. Jim Williams got one on the board. It was only a hold, though. So Jim Williams is averaging 110, but that's probably a bit of a false average in terms of factoring in some non-shots at doubles that he hasn't got to, because Schindler's just been flying in some of these legs. Now, that 100 start off from Schindler does ever slightly just give Jim a fighting chance here if he can find a couple of trebles. And as I say that, Jim Williams can't find one treble. And that 60 against the darts is not going to be of any use to him whatsoever in order to try and cling on in this game. Other game, Knopper and Evans looking like a much, much tighter affair as they are leveling each other out really here in terms of a back and forth. It's much, much tighter.
You can see Ricky Evans is such a confidence player that he lost the opener, somewhat fumbled his way to leveling it up, and then after he's hit that double to get himself in the game, the confidence is there. But this is some effort from Jim Williams here as well.
Yeah, you're right, Phil. I think I mentioned a leg or two ago, Ricky was just looking uncomfortable. Like he just did. He didn't look like he had done, and he often does. But he does seem to have settled down a bit now and looks a lot more comfortable as he throws. This should be massive if Jim Williams could put that. As I say, he's gone close there. That 36 is very helpful if Schindler can't take the 130. But the way Schindler has been played today, it wouldn't surprise me if this 130's turned yellow at all. And he's gone really close there. He's missed double tops by the looks of it coming inside there. Schindler has gone very, very close. But will Jim Williams break back here? And he does. It takes him 3 darts to do it. But Jim Williams, from 3-0 down, has made a game out of this.
So Lee, you got 12 grand for winning it, 8 grand for runner-up, 4 grand for semi-finalists. Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Yes.
I'm not going to mention it yet. I'm just going to say, hold on.
Yeah.
Do we get excited? Do we? Yes, Danny Noppert!
Keane.
From Danny Noppert live on the stream, and for once we had it up and we're paying attention. It's a magical line for the Dutchman.
Absolutely superb. I've just flicked over to the stream so that I can see it, and they are sitting like they are. The way they are going in, the way they're sitting in that treble 20, the way he's playing some very, very nice darts at the minute. Danny Noppert really looks comfortable, very confident. So look how this goes out. They're all dead centre as well.
Oh,
dead centre. Yeah, that double 12, goodness me, that is absolutely dead centre in the middle of that bed. Every dart he threw there was absolutely beautiful. That was superb, that.
Literally, it was like he was just hand placing them in.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jim Williams has missed, I don't know how many darts, quite a few darts at double. It looks like to level this up. Yeah, a lot. There's a lot of darts at double to level this match up 3-all. What's he gonna do with this 10? Is he gonna get this God, it takes him 3 as well. So, like, Jim Williams has definitely gone around that the hard way. But from 3-0 down and looking for all the world like he wasn't even going to make this match competitive, he has managed to find 3 legs on the bounce and is now, as well, before he's come for that, Martin Schindler's gone just outside of double 16. So Martin Schindler has had plenty of opportunities here to put this game to bed and put himself too far away from Jim Williams. But Jim Williams...
You were right, Dan. 1, Jim Williams did go round the houses to get rid of that 10. And 2, how close was that dart on double 16 from Martin Schindler? Literally, it was wire blazer.
He's, if Martin Schindler doesn't win this match, then he has ridden as close. Jim Williams has ridden as close to the sun as it is possible to do, because he has when he's not been there and when he's not grabbed the legs, he has missed out by an absolute whisker. So Jim Williams, not too many treble-less visits here. He's making life very, very hard for himself with such low scoring. Now he's gonna need a monster score here, Jim Williams, and that's not quite big enough, I'm afraid, to worry Martin Schindler with that 75.
Super fabulous stuff.
No, Schindler's missed another double for a leg.
This was
scoring's got him everywhere. Oh, Jim!
I was going to say that'd have been a bit salty. Big moment, that. Big moment in both games.
Yeah, Ricky Evans managing to just keep now on and push that distance away. Danny Knopper is going to have to go on an absolute tear up now, and he's going to have to win leg after leg after leg after leg in order to stay in smash. Now, just in case it hasn't been mentioned, or for those that haven't realised, now we are in the semi-finals. We are playing 1st to 7, whereas we were playing 1st to 6 for the rest of the day. So there is that extra leg. Don't start celebrating when your favourite player gets to 6, because we are playing 1st to 7 now. Really good standard here with Jim Williams and Martin Schindler really back to back. And pushing each other all the way.
Spurs are 2-0 up.
Who scored?
And guess which? Hyun-Min Son.
No good to me.
Guess who got the assist?
Was it Harry Kane?
Correct. Literally.
Yeah.
He's our best midfielder as well.
He is. He's one of the best midfielders in the country, mate.
Just a shame he's the best forward as well.
That is the problem. Yeah. I've heard he's decent in goal. Might want to just put him everywhere. This 130 from Martin Schindler. Again, I talked about it last time he was on that, and he's done it again. So that's twice Martin Schindler has missed the ball for a 130. Jim Williams under pressure now with his 64. This could be a massive, massive break for Schindler if Jim Williams can't do it. He misses more doubles, Jim Williams. This is huge if Martin Schindler takes this 25 out here, because he will then have another break away from Jim Williams. Jim Williams is going to have to work extra hard again to level that back up. Danny Knopper manages to claw one back. Martin Schindler can't take that out. It was a 9.
And 2 outside as well. Not as
This
if,
is going all the way, I think, this, isn't it?
yeah.
Then good start from Ricky Evans.
If you're Martin Schindler, that you're scratching your head how you're 4-4 at the moment, but you can't be.
Yeah, it makes no sense, does it?
But you can't be giving Jim Williams his opportunities, because at some point he will make you pay if you keep giving them to him.
Yeah, that's it. So Schindler he's taken opportunities and he's hung around in there in legs all day. But he has, every now and again just held one up, hasn't he, for his opponents to grab, and Jim Williams will take that opportunity and has done 4 times now. Oh, Jim, that's dreadful. Oh, Ricky Evans kicks off with a max. 6-3 up. Knopper trying to stay in this match. Ricky Evans looking to break in order to win the game and get it done and dusted here. And that is about the best way to start doing it. What can he follow that max with? Ricky Evans. We're already pinched the initiative. Oh, he follows it with a 42. Come on, Ricky. Goodness me.
Yeah, Lee, if I'm being honest, I didn't watch it last night. I was working on the live league after the stream, and I just couldn't be arsed with it.
I watched it this morning. Calling it a boxing match is a very, very generous assessment.
Is that a very loose term for what we saw?
Very. Oh yeah, calling that a boxing match is a bit edgy. Like it's not. It was dreadful. It was really poor. I won a decent.
Was it better or worse than Freddie Flintoff's slapping fest?
Worse, much worse. Like really bad.
Oh my God,
because
that was horrific. So this must have been carnage.
Yeah, I felt like that at least neither of them could move. Neither of them could move around at all. There was no mobility for either of them. It was just god awful. I did get chance to see Eddie Hall doing some pad work last week, and immediately put a massive lump bet on him to get beat, because there was no way anything else could have happened. But it was no. I only saw it this morning. Like I just watched it more out of curiosity. But it was awful, really.
Martin Schindler is moving into pole position in his semi-final. Just if it doesn't go, not the best setup though.
This is big again for Jim Williams. Jim Williams needs to either take this out or leave tops, and that's not good enough, Jim.
But if you're Martin Schindler, you should have been on either a double or a 2-darter, as in what single to double.
And these are the opportunities you keep handing, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Jim Williams is hanging around in legs and then clearing some stuff up. He's hanging around and then picking up the scraps of it. But Schindler is giving him far, far too many opportunities. I wonder if Jim Williams will get another one in this leg. Well, this is very key. This is a break. If Martin Schindler can get rid of this 16, that is a break that would allow him to then throw for the match. That would put him 6-4 up on a 1st-7 with the darts in his hand. Oh, he can't do it either. Goodness me. Jim Williams, you are being handed a gift-wrapped opportunity here. What will you do with it?
sometimes when it's your day, it's your day. And let's be fair, Martin Schindler at 5-all could and possibly should already be in the final. He's not.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt, Mike, this game should have already been done and dusted. Ricky Evans has got match darts. He needs double 12. He's got 3 darts to take out 24, and this will be for the match. Takes all 3, and we have our first finalist of the day. Rapid Ricky Evans moves into the final. Danny Knopper will not be today's champion.
Yeah, Jim Williams is just being around and making himself a nuisance when.
Absolutely, he's just hanging in. He's hanging around in legs, isn't he? And what he's doing is he's making sure that every time, like Martin Schindler is playing really well, but he's having to play really well because every time he doesn't, Jim Williams is just waiting there behind him, just to nick in and just grab some legs. But he hasn't been as consistent in this match as he has been for the rest of the day. Now, that 58 from Schindler, if Williams can go in again with another 140 here, this could be an outrageous time to break. Not quite good enough, but because a break at 5-all is absolutely massive here.
As someone once said in the darts world, doing the right things at the right moments.
Yeah, I've heard of that bloke, I think.
But if Jim Williams goes on and wins this game, Martin Schindler will be sat on a plane home to Germany either tonight or tomorrow thinking, how the hell did this one get away?
Yeah, how has he not? Right, and if he doesn't end up in the final here, he's gonna. I think he's gonna be confused. And again, like, he can't take that out. So, like, Jim Williams, there is your opportunity. You've got 60 to break, and then he'll have the darts for the match. Then he's done it.
I tell you what, we say it in sport so often. If it's your day, it's your day, and you just go through, and you can't help but think this just may be Jim Williams' day.
Oh, I tell you what, as well. Just before that, before he took that out, he had a bounce out, Jim Williams, that would have got it wrapped up quicker. He's creating a real opportunity here, certainly with that opening as well. Starting off with a 140, he's just got to keep Schindler at bay. He's just got to be the first to a finish, hasn't he? It's a straight race here for Jim Williams. Taking out that 60 looked comfortable as well.
This needs to be a 1-7 something or a maximum. A 140 is not enough.
It's not put the big pressure on that he needed. Jim Williams should be able to set something up here. Oh, that's great.
Shock. Spurs concede a goal from a set piece.
Oh,
shock horror.
And that 80 is not helpful to Martin Schindler either. Only down to 142. Jim Williams is going to get this go. He does it in 2 darts. Well done, Jim Williams. That leg is the best leg of darts he's played all day. That's the best leg of darts. 140, 140, 140, 81 in 2 darts. That is the best Jim Williams has played all day in a leg. Because I've said loads of times today, Jim's problem when he hasn't been amazing is he's gone up and down, and he's trebleless visits. Then he'll bang a 180 and it's been up and down a bit. That has been absolutely as clean as a whistle, that leg, and he looked rock solid on it as well.
Yeah, literally, look. Congratulations to Jim Williams. He rode his luck in the early and middle stages, but every time Martin Schindler gave him an opportunity. Jim Williams gobbled it up and played some very, very good stuff when it mattered.
Some great games there.
Mike, I never said he can't do it. I just don't think he's that good under pressure. And these aren't big games for these players. They're played in behind closed doors scenario. There's no one watching. Big games is when you're in semi-finals and finals of TV events. And I just don't think the floaty action holds up. We saw it in the Live League as well in a couple of big games that the action went missing. But we have a final. Jim Williams against Martin Schindler, because I'm looking at it on the screen, against Ricky Evans.
But I think, you are right, Phil, in that Martin Schindler will be sat having his tea tonight, drinking orange squash or whatever his choice is, and thinking to himself, how on earth have I not got over the line there? Because, he set off like a rocket, went 3-0 up, and then even from 3-0 up, when Williams levelled it up, he did create multiple opportunities to re-break and break back again. And I think he was a bit unlucky in that realistically, through the course of a day, every player's gonna have some peaks and troughs and gonna go up and down. He just seemed to do a full day's worth in the wrong legs there. Like that's where it was. He did it at the wrong time.
If you miss one or two darts here and there, that's not really that happens. But Schindler missed multiple darts in multiple legs to break and get the job done, and fluffed his lines.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ricky Evans, he just seemed to find. Ricky's. You're right. Again, I think you're right in that he's a confidence player. His confidence went up and down, and I think the right things happened for Ricky at the right time. In that, rather than him doing the right things, it was, the situation just seemed to work. That but once he banged a couple of legs when he looked like he wasn't going to. He sort of struck, came back a little bit, and you're just watching on the stream board. You could almost see him lift it a little bit, standing a little bit taller, and the darts just started to throw better, and it just seemed to fall very well towards the back end of that game. In terms of timing, he'd come good where he needed to from 5. Once he had 5 legs on the board, it never looked like being anything other than Ricky Evans winning.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
Big lump as well, that in terms of even just making the final, in terms of prize money and a slide up and some money just sat solid on Jim Williams' ranking. It's a big lump, that, isn't it? Even just making the final. He's moved up 17 places today, which is 17 people. That's 17 tour cards that he's moved past in order to make sure he's in a position where his is going to be safe. These are the sort of runs that hold tour cards, aren't they? If you can do this every now and again, you'll never be on that cusp of losing it. These are the important things to bank that cash.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, I'm going to run for a quick comfort break while we've got no games going on.
Quick comfort break. So there we have it. We have a final, probably 5 minutes or so. So is Jim back-to-back Euro 2, Phil? Not sure what you mean, mate. Is Jim in back-to-back? Oh, sorry, is Jim in back-to-back Euro tours? I'm not sure, mate. I didn't really see much of the qualifiers. Let me have a look, because it was on Friday, so I didn't see a lot of it. 2 seconds. No, I don't want that one. So, ET4. ET4, yes. And ET5. Didn't qualify for ET5, qualified for ET4. So there we go. Has Richie ever won a Pro Tour before? No, lost in a final.
Lost in a couple, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah, 3, I think. Oh, Gob's in. Gob, you missed a 9 data live on the stream from Danny Knopper.
On the screen as well. It was the on-screen game when it went in.
In the semi-final.
Not even anecdotally. It was there for the world to watch. Amazing stuff. I tell you what, this game is likely to be played at a reasonable pace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because whilst Jim isn't famously super fast, he don't mess about. Is this the first ever all ginger final? Oh, now. I'll tell you what, we've swung on a strange curve there, haven't we? Going from what we thought at one point was going to be an all German final. I was convinced we were getting an all German final, and we've ended up with an all ginger final instead. That's turn up for the books. So we are warming up now in this final. So we are expecting any minute now to be able to bring you first couple of legs, I think, is very important here. I think if Ricky Evans builds up a bit of a rhythm and he gets off, if he breaks early and goes 2-0 or 3-1 up, then he could just kick on and really, really turn the screw. I think if the first 2 or 3 legs are scrappy and there's some missed doubles in those first couple of legs, then it could go really, really tight all the way. Jim Evans, you've got to expect, will be doing what he's done for most of the day, and he'll just be keeping himself hanging around in legs, looking to just step in and sweep him up, which is what he's done for most of the day today. I think as well, going back, just having a look through, I think Jim Williams has come from behind. Let me just, unless, depending on what he did before I got on the stream early doors. But I think Jim Williams has come from behind in every match.
Yeah.
A break behind in most of them. Like he's been fighting all day, I think, hasn't he? Just to get on terms, and then seems to have managed to do that and then get over the line. So that's a really impressive feat if he wins this and comes from behind in every match. And it looks like they are just warming up on the board on the stream board. We can see that they are just having a chuck, getting ready to go, and we are now underway. Ricky Evans with the darts here, so Jim Williams is going to be looking for that early break. A couple of trebleless visits from both of them puts it on a bit of a nervy footing from the very outset here. Couple of trebles here from Jim. Oh, and that is not what he wanted to do at all. That was a really badly timed.
And like we said about confidence, you don't want to be giving Ricky Evans confidence.
Absolutely not. That's it, and that's the thing is if Ricky breaks early here, he gets a couple of games ahead, then he could really start to kick on. It'll be an important hold here for Jim. If he can hang on to the darts here, this would be important, and that's the way to start it. Opening up with a maximum. Again, it's just and that's again 57 is really badly timed there from Ricky Evans, and Jim will be looking to set something up here, knowing that he's got a bit of time and a bit of pressure being off. This needs a big visit. Oh, that is close. Jim Williams looks like he's missed a dart for 1-2-1 there. Ricky can't get rid of the 170. A really important double this for Jim Williams if he can take this out and level it up. Takes him 3. Wow, but he does get there. So that, again, that's a leg from Jim Williams where he hasn't had a troubleless visit. He's thrown a ton or more in every visit barring his checkout. And he's not letting Ricky get ahead. I agree, Teresa. It's always fun to see somebody who nobody's picked. It's always fun when nobody's named any of the semi-finalists in their picks because it's just a bit of a it's interesting, and that's what we want. We want it to be as interesting as possible. Ricky Evans might have just lost the jump here. If Jim can hammer something big in over a ton here, 140 or. Well, I see there, 140 would be great because Ricky Evans is now going to feel under a bit of pressure here for this 1-2-4. Jim on 83 is very, very doable out. Looks like Ricky's missed the bull. This would be a massive break if Jim Williams can get rid of this 83 here. This would be huge. It looks like he's both of them exactly the same. Both of them missing the bull.
Big moments here. Big moments. Last dance in hand ban. How big could that be?
I think that's massive, and it's even bigger if, well, it's bigger to Jim Williams if Ricky's head drops a bit, because Ricky Evans missed multiple darts for that leg and could and should have wrapped it up. Now, if Jim can build on that a bit and Ricky's head drops, again, that's not a perfect start through an 81 from Ricky Evans. Jim Williams, with a couple of trebles here, could put some big distance in this leg. That 140 will do exactly that. And Ricky Evans is now already looking at maximums to stay in it, and that is far from it. So it looks like the balance has very, very much swung towards Wales here. And early in this game, Jim Williams is doing bits. Another leg which we didn't see enough of from Jim Williams all day today. Not seeing enough where those first 3 visits to the hockey were all over 100. And this, he really seems to have found that as a couple of times in this final here. So it could be that Jim Williams hits his A game. I mean, there, 121, 140, ton. 40 left after 12 with Ricky Evans back on 204. No pressure at all on this tops for Jim Williams. And it goes in 2. Well.
Advantage Jim Williams in a big way. And Ricky Evans, since those missed starts to hold, hasn't looked the same player. The trebles have dried up.
Certainly have, haven't they?
Jim Williams, 3-1 to the good, only averaging 92.
Look at Ricky back there, 86, and that's going to drop even further after this leg unless he can find something massive. Jim Williams only throws a 55. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't. Ricky Evans is on throw, and there's a perfectly timed maximum. But those 2 visits before still hurt him. He should have been down to a finish there. Oh, again, another perfectly timed max. Both players slipping a max in this leg. Combining them with treble to visit 86 from Ricky Evans, he really needed that. You got to think about that. He's been right under pressure there. That maximum from Jim Williams really forced Ricky Evans to take out that 86, but he was right up against it just for a hold of throw. Big moments though, because Jim Williams on throw can't find a treble. And the balance, just that confidence that Ricky got from taking that finish out there, you'd get the feeling like it could continue to swing both ways here, certainly after Jim does that again. Well, this leg's consistent.
Yeah. But again, Jim won't want to pass up the good start here. 97 is not enough, because 1 treble here and Ricky Evans is in a prime position to break back.
There you go. Ricky Evans now favourite in this match. In this leg, sorry.
And that was the danger.
He's managed to get himself in a position where he's going to get 6. And again, that ton, an extra treble there would have really put the pressure on. But all Jim Williams can do here is pressure that 110. But that is what he's been really good at today, has been, oh, not that. Another 60 from Jim Williams. A lot of 60 visits just recently. And Ricky not able to take it out. So that 60 visits really cost Jim Williams, because this could have been another great opportunity for him to come and mop another leg up and build that lead again, re-establish that 2-leg lead. But
yeah.
And Ricky Evans given just handed a bit of an opportunity and did a good job of staying around there. Another 60 visits from Jim. A lot of 60 visits now from Jim Williams.
Those trebles have just dried up.
Yeah, and it just seems we've seemed to have slipped into a little bit of a pattern here where he who hits a treble will win the leg, and it just seems to be that the advantage really here just seems to be in each leg who can grab a treble all of a sudden, because the scoring has really gone from both players at the minute. Every now and again somebody pulls something over a ton, they immediately become favourite in the leg. Again, it's not quite enough. Jim Williams hasn't got... I can't seem to find those big scores right now. And all of that work, he was, don't forget, very, very close there. Had a dart to go a break ahead up to 4-2. And he's now in a position where he's having to throw 180 to try and fight off going back to 4-3 down. This is big if this goes. Jim Williams has finished a few legs after a 180, a perfectly timed 180, and then checking out. He's done that a couple of times today. He's gone close, but this 64 is absolutely vital now for Ricky Evans. He has to take it.
may only get one dart at a double.
Wow. Another break.
Advantage Williams.
He is making hard work of it, but Jim Williams once again gets a break of throw. And then we still keep talking about doing, but lots of really good finishing and lots of open, like, and trebleless openings, I think, is what we've seen. Lots of trebleless first visits. Nicely timed, 140 that. He's finding it every now and again, Ricky. Both of them, just seems to be really scoring up and down, isn't it? It's a really strange match, this.
Yeah. And again, a bit like Martin Schindler. If Jim Williams wins this game, Ricky Evans will be thinking on the way home, I had my chances.
Absolutely.
3-3. It could have been
first start.
That's what I mean. If it's 5-3 Williams, it could be 5-3 Evans. It's not, though, because Jim Williams has taken the chances that Ricky Evans hasn't.
Absolutely. But what we haven't seen a lot of today from Jim Williams is, because we've loads and loads of times we've said he's taken things out with the last dart in hand. There's a lot of times that those numbers have gone yellow, and they've had a little 3 next to Jim Williams because he's taken 3 darts to do it. That one there was, and maybe he's building up a bit of confidence and settling a little bit into this game, but went first time, and he hasn't done a lot of that today. He's not done a lot of first time double hitting. He's worked his way around and had to go around the houses quite a lot of times today.
Yeah. Have either one of these players won a major? No.
No, it will be somebody's first. We are definitely guaranteed a first timer today.
First ranking title.
This one looks to have slipped by Jim Williams. This leg, Ricky absolutely streets ahead in this one, but it is only a hold of throw, and Ricky is going to have to find something on the Jim Williams throw. And of course, again, just remind everyone in the last one, we are now playing first to 8 in this match. We've done a lot of first to 6 today. We were up to first to 7 in the semi-final. So please don't start celebrating when your favourite player gets to 7, because we are looking for 8 legs here. That is a lovely start for Jim Williams on throw. I think now the task for Jim Williams from here is to keep Ricky Evans at arm's length, just to keep him as far away from it as possible. He will not want to get involved in a scrap. But this leg is already looking like it might end up a little bit scrappy, because that 177 followed up by a troublous visit. Another big one from Ricky here could make this interesting. 58 is not what he would have wanted to do at all.
No.
Oh, wow.
That's tidy.
And he re-establishes that lead. Ricky Evans is now running out of legs. There are not many legs left in this match, and he needs to win a lot of them.
Joseph, Gobbs in Newbury for the World Seniors, mate. He's at the Open Series. Just big kind of moments here at the moment.
Yeah, and that 43 just seems to have come at the. I know there's never a right time to throw a 43. That's for a 43 visit, but just coming at the wrong time. Then again, if Jim could have just found a bit extra in that last visit, Ricky would have found himself under real pressure again. And I think he keeps ending up under big pressure. With ton plus on ton plus checkouts, and that's where he's backs to the wall, and it's just with Jim Williams always around, isn't he? Hanging about in every leg, whether he's on or off throw, just always being around and keeping that pressure on. 56 went, but it had to, and that was again just for a hold. But Ricky Evans had to take that out because Jim Williams sat on 47. Is just ready to nick those legs.
This is the bit where Jim's just got to be a little bit careful, because although he's a break up, Ricky Evans has the darts by winning the ball. So it's not like when you win the ball and then you break, you're effectively a double break up. It's that precarious position. Yeah, Jim is in a fabulous position, but one slip and it is literally advantage Ricky Evans in a big way because of winning the ball.
Absolutely. One false move from here. Whilst it looks every now and again we see that 2 game advantage to Jim. In reality, one false move and that game could be very quickly level. And then as soon as that game is level, whenever we have a level game, Ricky's then got the darts. So it's a massive break. But he's still very perilously poised in this match, Jim Williams.
Yeah. And again, 128. If he gets a go, it's just half a chance. Look, 128. It's not the nicest of finishes. But now this is a genuine chance because of that slip.
Yeah. And he doesn't need asking twice, does he? That's massive.
And this is what we said about that one break being precarious.
Yeah, he was very, very perilously poised, Jim Williams. And now huge swing in the advantages now. But that is not what Ricky Evans would have wanted to do.
No. You've done the hard work. You've created the opportunity, and then you've taken out a huge finish, only to hand everything back on a plate for Jim Williams.
Perfect timing. That, what a beautifully timed 180 straight after the 60, the trebleless visit. Jim Williams going to really get a chance here to set something up and break again. And if he breaks here, he will throw for the match.
By the look of it, I think someone's trying to tie themselves to a goalpost again, by all accounts.
Good on him. Is it a Tottenham player? Break there. Wow, that, and again, what timing there from Jim Williams, following up, just capitalising on that trebleless visit from Ricky Evans, slipping straight in with a max. Really impressive stuff there from Jim Williams, taking out that 81. He's now throwing for the match. Don't forget, we're playing first to 8 here. Jim Williams 7-6 up. Opens with a ton. Ricky Evans really needed a bigger visit than that. But Jim Williams right on the cusp now, Phil. Oh, wow. And that has been the difference here. Jim Williams with a 60, giving Ricky Evans the opportunity to get into this leg and to fight back. And Ricky Evans not on that occasion able to capitalise. But Jim Williams stuttering here at the minute. And Ricky Evans this time around does find a massive score, the biggest of them all. And has took the advantage here in this leg. This is going very tight to the wire here.
Oh, is that a mistake?
It depends what comes back at him. I suppose that's a big visit from Jim Williams there. 52 really pressurised this 1-2-1. Now, Ricky Evans has done well, left without option, left without choice. He's left himself there. But Jim Williams is going to get a match start.
Or two.
Might get two.
Should get two.
Oh, Jim. Now, if Jim Williams doesn't win this match, oh goodness me, more missed doubles. Jim Williams is going to get more darts for the match here. He's going to come back for double 6. He's going to need 3 darts to clear it out again.
Oh, Jim.
This is a disaster.
This is what I was saying. Flaky. Oh, Ricky. One's in the madhouse. One's on one of the worst doubles on the board.
One's in the madhouse. Oh, Jim, how many more darts is that now? Goodness gracious me. What a finish.
Oh. In the words of the great Rod Studd, what's happening here?
Oh, Jim Williams, well done.
Oh. I think it's fair to say, Dan, that Jim Williams falls over the line in what was an entertaining final until the last bit, and it was literally last man standing who can keep their feet and get to the line.
Yeah, there were moments there when it appeared like he was about to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, wasn't it? It was very, very tight. And if he didn't, as I say, Ricky Evans, so many opportunities there to force a deciding leg in which Ricky would have had the darts. So Jim Williams has, and that, to be honest, that first dart in double one has gone bang centre in the middle of the bed, as clean as a whistle. It's a lovely dart to end with.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
a great day's work and some brilliant performances from Jim Williams.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, completely. Absolutely outstanding. Well, that concludes our Pro Tour action for this week. However, it is a busy, busy week ahead. We've got a couple of interviews coming up, which will obviously be really, really good. Some really good talking points in them. Live League returns on Tuesday. Premier League from the Ahoy in Rotterdam on Thursday with the Fallout Bar afterwards. Then we return. There's another Pro Tour next week. And yes, I will be sat here. Sat with who? We haven't discussed that yet. Don't know who's available from the team, but we have Pro Tour action again next week. So it is busy, busy times on the PDC calendar. Been Phil Bars, joined by Dan today and Henry, of course, early on. Dan, absolutely superb as always, buddy. Thank you very, very much for joining us. We have been Online Darts. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel because we have bundles and bundles coming up. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, everyone. That is me and Dan signing out for the rest of the day. Thank you very, very much.
Take it to the next level.